Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2022 National Interclub Sevens Finals, coming from the sunny would be an exaggeration, slightly overcast Browns Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid. I'm here with Brett O'Reilly, and what are we expecting to see today, Brett?
Well, we're going to see, this is the money round really at this interclub competition. Five rounds, round robin competition, so six of the best clubs from around New Zealand, men's and women's, competing for this national prize. This is the interclub competition from last season, of course delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this morning we're going to see a key clash in the women's interclub competition, and that is between the first place Naenae team and third placed Takapuna team, declared conflict of interest, my club, and we're going to be focusing on the singles game between New Zealand representative Selena Goddard, playing out of the Takapuna club, and former New Zealand representative Lisa White, playing out of Naenae. These two very accomplished singles players, great rivals and friends, and that'll be a game to focus on. And in the pairs, which we'll be able to see in our inset, we'll be seeing the Naenae pair of Wendy Mackey and Kenny Critchlow up against Takapuna's Robin Walker and Adele Ineson.
Yeah, it should be some good stuff, and I think we've got a review of yesterday. Brett, there were bowls going on left, right and centre, 3 rounds, so the men's leaderboard, this is what it looks like going into this morning. Pretty tight up the top.
Absolutely. Manurewa Cosmopolitan Club leading, off some fine efforts by them during the day. David Clark, who's really their talisman in their singles play, he played a key role for them yesterday. And in second place, no surprise, the powerhouse Elmwood Park team, defending New Zealand champion Kelvin Scott as their singles player. Former New Zealand representative Gary Lawson skipping their pairs, and Lance Pascoe currently in the New Zealand squad as their fours skip. And in third place, Paratutu, pretty consistent yesterday, but just didn't quite get over the line in the same way that the other two teams do. So we'll be keenly following that competition. In the women, Naenae won all 3 of their matches in pretty convincing fashion. The key clash in the last round was between Queenstown and Takapuna, with Queenstown prevailing there, Takapuna winning the singles, Queenstown winning the pairs, and the Queenstown 4 prevailing on the last end in a pretty titanic struggle to clinch that clash and to secure second place. So this morning Queenstown are playing Thames Coast, and we'll be keeping an eye on that game as well. But our main focus will be on this game between Naenae and Takapuna. Last time this National Interclub was played, these two teams played in the semi-finals. On that occasion, it was Takapuna who got through, and they were beaten in the final by Nelson. But with Nelson not around this time to defend their title, they missed out in the regional playoffs to Elmwood Park. So here we can see Lisa White, left-hander, playing with the pink bowls, and up against Selena Goddard with those well-known white and pink bowls. Bit overcast here at Browns Bay, and we're forecast to get a few showers this morning in particular, but certainly at the moment conditions couldn't be better, and as we can see, Selena Goddard's off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, I think we'll see the green maybe a little bit quicker than it was yesterday, Brett. We haven't had the torrential and steady rain that we've had over for the last couple of nights, so it should have picked up a little bit in pace, and both these players absolutely full of talent, so I expect to see a really good game of singles.
Yes, Lisa White, really attacking player, always interesting to watch. She'll know these greens pretty well. Both Selena and Lisa were played in the National Inter-Centre finals, which were at Browns Bay a few weeks ago. On that occasion, it was Central Otago who got up to just pip Wellington. So in a way, a similar mix, with Naenae featuring a number of those Wellington players and Queenstown featuring a number of those Central Otago players. So good bowl coming in here from Selena Goddard, and she looks like she's probably holding 3 shots here. And as umpire Sue Rossiter, be very familiar to viewers from her role as the umpire in the Bowls 3-5 competition over the years, says to Lisa White, I think you're 3 down. And
opportunity for a 7-point swing here if Lisa plays this bowl right. Looking on the high side though, Brett.
Yep, it's just not going to come back with that weight. She was obviously just looking to sit the bowls or perhaps trail a jack to her bowls. So that's a great start for Selena Goddard and the Takapuna team in this race to 21 shots in the singles. Reminding viewers that in the pairs it's 18 ends, and you can see in the inset these Wendy Mackey, the Wellington skip, with Robin Walker, the Takapuna skip, about to play her bowl. And we've got Selena Goddard with 3 on that first end, and she delivers the jack for playing towards the clubhouse.
She'll be happy with that start. I know it's only the first end, but it is nice to sort of get out of the blocks with a bit of speed. And it was a good head too. It's not like it was a loose 3 that Selena picked up there. She had 3 within cooey of the jack. Leading off on her forehand side. Lisa has a pretty terrific domestic record in singles. Brett, obviously Selena's won the New Zealand singles before. So both experienced singles exponents, although Lisa hasn't picked up the national singles title, which would be a surprise to most, I think.
Yes, she's certainly been a real force in the women's game in singles for some time, and former New Zealand player. Selena Goddard, of course, dual bronze medalist at the 2022 Birmingham Commonwealth Games, leading in the pairs for Caitlin Inch and leading in the fours with Nicole Toomey, Taylor Bruce and Val Smith. And Selena's really crafted a great reputation for herself as a lead, so we can expect she's going to be very steady. We'll probably see a little bit more shot play from Lisa White. She tends to be quite attacking, and we can see already Selena Goddard into her work early with that characteristic consistency that she's become so well known for.
Yeah, I watched a single semi-final, the Nationals last year, Brett. I think Selena might have lost at 21-20 or 21-19 or something to Taylor Bruce down the end of one of the greens at Burnside Bowling Club, and it would be one of the best exhibitions of singles I've seen in my life from both of those players. They were literally putting 8 bowls within sort of 2 feet of the jack consistently for about 30 ends. It was incredible.
Yeah, they're incredibly accurate. And so Naenae gets off to a good start in the pairs. I think they scored a single on that first end. Wendy Mackey trailing the jack with her last bowl. And as we can see, Selena Goddard pretty metronomic here.
Yeah, great bowl, and it's kept this head nice and narrow, hasn't it? There's no target to hit if Lisa was to hit it. She's got a bowl and a half, so great start.
And Lisa won't hesitate. She's a very determined player. Not always the fastest starter in singles, but she's never out of the game. And a couple of times yesterday, she was well behind in her game against Rosanna Muriwai from Martinborough in the 3rd round yesterday. But in classic Lisa fashion, she worked her way back into the game and managed to win that one. Marcus Rossiter indicates Selena Goddard's got 1 shot. So Selena will be just looking to draw down there. Any touch on the jack's a good opportunity for her. And just
not far away here, Selena Goddard, if it gets down enough.
Oh, that's a wonderful bowl.
Beautiful
shot. Wonderful bowl. Just sitting out that second shot from Lisa White. Little grimace on Lisa's face there. And she is a player who tends to wear her heart on her sleeve. And so, yes, so she's looking down the barrel at 4 here. But still a reasonable amount of room to draw.
Yeah, on her backhand side.
Well, I think that's sort of searching up to it with a little bit of weight. I'm not sure that'll hold on that hand. just starting to break. Well, it held a lot more than I thought. But
Yeah, I didn't know what to say, Brett. I was waiting. She looked like she took a very tight line out of her hand.
Absolutely. So they kicked the bowls away.
Did she draw the shot then?
She must have drawn.
Goodness gracious!
Wow. Well, that was certainly, compared to the other bowls, it was pretty tight. But I mean, it probably is evidences that they're playing with different bowls.
Yeah.
Selena with a more turning bowl, and Lisa with obviously a bowl that's taking a straighter line.
Yeah. And as you would know, Brett, left-handed players sometimes take a different line to the rest of us.
I do.
If you watch where Lisa's bowl is let go, it will probably be in a different place to where Selena's is.
That's very right. As someone who prefers to use my left hand, I can relate to that. And I've often, you often hear that. Well, how did you find that line? Well, it is about the point of release, and so. A good bowl from Lisa White, 4 down to 1 up is a great turnaround.
Certainly on a second end of a game when you've just dropped a 3, so you're staring down the barrel of 7-0 after 2, to pull that out of the bag of tricks will give her a little bit of confidence going into the rest of this game.
Completely. In the pairs, it was Naenae that scored a single on that first end, so they led 1-0. If you're watching the pairs game, Kenny Critchlow is playing with the green bowls. Adele, the lead for Naenae, and Adele Einarson is playing with the navy bowls. Wendy Mackey has the light blue bowl, which you can just see as she just played her first bowl. It's just ended up past the green bowl, and Robin Walker is playing with the white bowls. So we'll try and keep you in touch with that game as it goes on. Here comes Robin Walker's first bowl, just into the screen now. So we'll try and keep you in touch with that game as we get opportunities, but obviously our main focus will be on the singles clash between Selena Goddard and Lisa White. And
great second bowl from both of these players. That's incredible correction.
Wow.
That's not much more to say.
Yeah, that's some top stuff right there.
And Lisa opting to stay on her backhand.
Yeah, just a nice, efficient delivery. Lisa, no fuss, just plays very well.
She's on a good line again. Brett down to the weight, looking to run it out a little bit more. Sit in the line. That's a good bowl.
Yeah, that's a very good bowl from Lisa White. And in the pairs, I see Robin Walker's just drawn the shot there, so Takapuna holding shot in that game as Wendy Mackey comes down with her last bowl.
And I see a very light drizzle has arrived at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Yep, it's definitely going to be one of those days where we're going to get a little bit of this. Now, does she get the touch off the outside bowl?
Oh.
She does. Well, that's a heartbreak for Lisa White.
Goodness.
But Selena Goddard holding shot, and that's a good start for them.
Yeah, it was well enough played bowl too, wasn't it, Brett? She's right in the area. She had that target area of a couple of feet. She played with nice weight to get that good result. So a good bowl there, really, from Selena, and putting Lisa under a bit of pressure here.
1 to Takapuna in the pairs, so they're all square after 2 of those 18 ends. And what can Lisa White do here to try and recover the situation? Well, that's a brilliant bowl.
What a shot.
That's an outstanding bowl. To thread your way through that little gap there.
That's an incredible start to this game, considering this is the third end of bowls.
Yeah, well, of course, both players full day of singles yesterday, and obviously they've both carried that form. Both were unbeaten yesterday, and which no surprise underscores their capability in the 4-bowl game.
If Selena has 2 seconds, do you expect her to play with a bit of a probing weight, not like full-blooded, but resting the pink or onto the jack?
I think we'll see her play the same sort of weight that she played with her 3rd bowl. She'll be looking to reach up there. I imagine she'll play it on her on the backhand side, and as I say that, she lines up on the forehand. Thank you, Selena. So obviously she's she's going to try and, as you say, come down with that probing weight. Not sure she'll quite get
If
the
it turns
turn.
enough, she's close.
Oh, she almost another skid. I see my clubmate Ian Hardy there, the green superintendent and board member of Takapuna Bowling Club, having a bit of a chuckle. Yeah, it would have been pretty ironic to get the shot again off a wick, as we like to call them.
And the camera is shaking because it's having a rain jacket put on it. Brett, that's why there's not an earthquake at Browns Bay. Just putting rain jackets on the cameras to keep them nice and dry in these conditions.
Pleased to hear. So that's 3-2 now to Selena Goddard in this race to 21. And Lisa White delivers a jack, and she goes long. Not entirely surprising.
Leading off on her backhand side by the looks. And certainly last time they played in this direction it was a short end, and she played a good bowl to salvage really, and steering down the barrel of 4 down.
And that's a good opener from Lisa White.
Yeah, good shot there.
In the pairs next door, I see Adele Einarsson's drawn the shot there. She's playing with the navy blue bowl, and Kenny Critchlow with the lime or light green coloured bowl.
It should be that it has to rain a little bit more for the greens to become affected, shouldn't it, Brett? They won't slow down immediately.
Yeah, these greens at Browns Bay, we're quite close to the beach. For those people who are familiar with the Browns Bay area in Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau, and so the greens do tend to drain very well. I think there was a little bit of overnight rain. Certainly this morning, there's a bit of moisture on the ground, but that certainly didn't show on the greens. Brendan Kelly and his greens team here at Browns Bay again have prepared great surfaces. I mean, it was a bit of a struggle yesterday because the greens were holding quite a bit of moisture from the rain that had been in Auckland on Thursday and Friday, and that certainly was evidenced by the tracks that we saw on the green and some of the inconsistent turn we saw. But today they're looking in fine order, and that's a good second bowl from Selena Goddard to get the shot.
Yeah, should be happy with that. It's Graham Doreen in the. I was just going to say it was in the insert in the thumbnail, but the camera person switched away, so that observation went with that. Brett, as we see Lisa Willing, her bowling slightly overplayed that. They don't swing a lot, really, these bowls.
No, you can see the real difference there with Selena playing with a more turning bowl, where Lisa White, definitely takes a straighter line, as we've commented on a couple of times already this morning, and she just slides past.
Selena opting to switch to her backhand and be happy to finish. You know, in her head she's thinking, even if I finish 4 or 5 o'clock, at least I'm in a catching position, as she knows she's holding the shot.
She'll be very conscious of the fact that that Lisa White's always looking to attack. She's probably just looking to get down and cover those pink bowls, but just dropping a little short. Next door in the pairs, I see Robin Walker's drawn the shot there with her second bowl, so it looks like Takapuna holding a couple of shots in that game.
Yeah, I'm like you, I'm hoping it's
So Lisa White, 1 down. I think she'll be on her backhand, and I think she'll be tracking down just to look to try and sit Selena Goddard's bowl or trail that jack.
Yeah, she'll probably keep a similar weight to the 2 pink bowls we already see past their head, I think. Brett, and hoping that she bogs on a bowl or a jack on the way through. Taking a high line out of the hand at a glance.
Yep, I think well called, Alex.
Come back.
And definitely with her bowls, you're not going to turn. You do see a little bit of a line there. For the keen-eyed viewer, you can see a bit of a line in the on the green there that bowl has left, and that's a sign that there's a little bit of moisture in that in the surface.
And Selena line up like she's switching back to the forehand just to draw a second shot, just backing herself to remember what she did to get that bowl there. She's got maybe a foot and a half, a foot to draw.
Last bowl of this end, so yeah, no real danger for her on that hand. She's been playing with good weight, and she looks like she's going to be pretty handy with this last bowl.
Yeah, beautiful effort here, lovely line. Just wanting it on a little bit more. Another roll. Not quite, I don't think, Brett, but back on the scoreboard. It should be a 4-2 lead to Selena Goddard. Or not.
I think so.
Having a good look, Selena's decided.
No, I've written it down.
Let's measure.
So, excuse me, measuring her bowl first. I'll go back to Lisa's bowl. And just the one there. Marcus Sue Rossiter, resplendent in her umpire's uniform. They are reasonably new, those uniforms, Brett, and I believe every umpire in New Zealand is eventually going to get a new umpire's kit, supported by Somerset Retirement Villages.
That's a great innovation. The umpires do a superb job in our sport, and North Harbour very fortunate to have a really strong echelon of men and women umpires, expertly guided by Bowls New Zealand Life member and umpiring legend Gene Ashby.
Yeah, I'm not sure about you. I'm not sure that you'll get round that, Adele. Can you change your hand?
And Selena starting off, good line. Happy enough for that as a first bowl.
Yeah, that's she'll want to make sure that she's reaching with her first or second bowl, given Lisa White's ability to move that jack around.
It's almost an insurance, isn't it? You're not too worried about whether it's going to be holding the shot as long as you have a bowl sort of a metre past the jack, so that when Lisa does play those shots, which she will, instead of dropping 3s and 4s, you'll just be dropping 1s and 2s at worst.
Absolutely right.
And on the back end,
Selena Goddard, I'm sure, will be enjoying being back on these quicker greens here in New Zealand after Leamington Spa. She had a great tournament there for New Zealand, and certainly her performances in the pairs with Caitlin Inch were an absolute highlight. They have developed into a world-class pair, and I think we can expect to see a lot more from them at international level. The New Zealand squad coming together now in preparation for the World Bowls, which will be played at Broadbeach Bowling Club on the Gold Coast in September of 2023, and some international competition before then to tune our team up, and I expect we'll see Selena and Caitlin as a core part of that team. She's dropping short with her third bowl there. That'll disappoint her after having played a good second bowl.
it looks like she's, by the way Lisa's staring at it, it looks like, yeah, Lisa may have considered playing her forehand, but Selena may have accidentally finished in her line there, as we do know Lisa has reasonably tight bowls, so it would have been, I don't think I can draw around that. We see a probing weight instead from Lisa White.
Yep, she's only one down there. She's obviously got a couple of catches, and as we've commented on, she's an attacking player, Lisa, so she won't miss any opportunity to play those sort of bowls. Next draw in the pairs, Robin Walker just draws a toucher and trails the jack back to her lead at Dale Ineson's bowl, so that's Takapuna holding at least a couple in that. And right on cue, Selena Goddard draws another shot. Lisa White checking on how many down am I. And so 2 to Selena Goddard, and I expect we'll see something similar from Lisa White on her backhand. playing that probing weight. And sure enough, but she's
diving away. To be disappointed with that bowl.
Yep, that's 2 by her standard, 2 bowls that were pretty loose for Lisa. She's normally pretty accurate on those run shots, so that's a good 2 for Selena, and she just kicks out to a nice 6-2 lead. Our colleague Tamara, who's just making sure that we keep the electronics dry while there's a little bit of moisture around the.
It'll be guaranteed that just as they finish organising that, the rain stops and the sun comes out, Brett.
Yes, I think we can expect that it'll be a little bit like that all day, actually, or certainly till this afternoon. So we have Selena Goddard leading 6-2 over Lisa White, and in the pairs it's Takapuna holding at least 1 shot and leading 2-1 against Wendy Mackey.
And that short length again coming in this direction. So it seems to be what Selena is favouring, just throwing the jack maybe a couple of metres up from that short mark.
Yeah, she, I think Selena Goddard varied her length a bit yesterday. Certainly in the last game, she played a lot of long ends, and having recently played in the Northern Hemisphere, she's definitely got the technique to play those longer lengths. But this morning, favouring the shorter ends, she'll know that Lisa White's pretty dangerous, and so tend to often when you're playing attacking players play slightly shorter ends. So if they do get a result, you've got an opportunity to try and recover rather than having to play to perhaps the jack in the ditch.
Absolutely, and a much lower chance of the jack going in the ditch, of course, when it has to run metres to get to the ditch. You have to get it pretty square for it to stay in bounds.
Indeed. Now those two bowls suggest to me that Selena overthrew that jack, because I think in her mind she's playing to the length that she thought she was throwing. So a bit of a free hit for Lisa White here, and she's cashed in again, and that would be 2 shots to Lisa White.
Yeah, good stuff there from Lisa, and Selena looking to make her 3rd bowl effective.
Yeah, they don't go together.
Better line this time from Selena Goddard. Still looking a little bit light on the weight department, but she'll beat her front bowl. Yes,
great shot there.
And that's probably the shot.
Lisa asking, am I 1 down? Sue Rossiter.
Very close.
Helpful. That's close apparently, Brett.
Well, Sue Rossiter's got a pretty keen eye, so I'm sure if she's caught it close, it is. Lisa White again just on the high side a bit here. There is a bit more turn on this hand because of the breeze. And
that's a good result.
She gets a nice connection on her bowl there. So definitely 1 to Lisa.
And we do see that challenge, Brett, with Selena's 3 bowls being shy of the jack, and that there's no real shot play available to her here. It's just about trying to score 1, or even just make sure you only drop 1 at this point for this end.
Indeed.
On the forehand.
And out on that good line again, you'll see the bowl start to really dive now as the weight comes off. She's just going to slip past, so probably quite a smart bowl there just to make sure that she was over, because you don't want to give Lisa White a free opportunity to trail that jack for a larger number.
It reduces that space, doesn't it? If Lisa wants to make a 3, she can only move it 2 or 3 feet instead of 2 or 3 metres.
And she's definitely playing that. You can see she's looking to get down there. Does she? Oh, she's just turned her own bowl up there. So let's have a look when we get down here and see whether that's made any difference. to the final count.
Still the one.
Still the one to
be a sigh of relief for Lisa White. Not moving her bowl out of the count, and just checking to make sure it isn't 2.
So it's 1 to Lisa White. That's 6-3 now to Selena Goddard. As you can see, these two players, good mates. You know, it's a serious rivalry, but it's played in great spirit, which is really good to see. So next door in the Piers game, it's Adele Innes in the Takapuna lead, who was on the jack with her bowl. Looks like she might be holding 2 there in that 18-end Piers game, and we'll keep an eye on that game as we progress through the morning.
And we'll have updates as well. They were stymied by the weather, as our staff have had to go and keep the cameras from getting a little bit damp, but as the day does progress, we'll have updates from around the traps and endeavour to keep an understanding of what the leaderboard looks like and who's doing what.
We haven't got back to school, have we? Not the back of school.
Interesting seeing Lisa White swap over and play her forehand, and that's necessitated a change for Selena Goddard, who'll come over and play on the slightly tighter side, but she's played this bowl pretty well, I think.
Yeah, lovely effort here. Good bowl. Enough to draw the shot. It's always nice when you make your opposition have to play a bowl to be holding the shot on the end, even if it's not as close as you would have liked. And Lisa switching over now to her backhand.
Yeah, she played 2 excellent bowls on that side in the previous end, but obviously decided she wanted to try this other hand, and she's close again here.
Perfect weight. Okay, 1 to correct from. We measure for shot, so as far as Selena's concerned, it's just put your bowl in a very similar area to your first one and see how it goes.
Just coming up a little short here. See the flag fluttering in the background there. This the forecast was for the wind to move around to the southwest, which it looks like it has at Browns Bay. We had a storm last season, which actually that flagpole broke in half, which I don't think I've ever seen in my time in bowls. Fortunately, it wasn't during the day. We arrived to play at Browns Bay in actually the National Interclub North Harbour playoffs, and to see that the flagpole was half its normal size. In fact, about a third of its normal size. So that's obviously now been replaced. But
it's not much of an omen.
No. So Selena Goddard looking to come down and I think turn her bowl over. But again, she's just missed her line a little bit on this hand.
Yeah, turning right from the start. She wouldn't have. She would let that go and known that it wasn't going to be in the area. And Lisa having a look at the head. She is, as you say, quite an attacking player. She's got second, third, and fourth shot. She may be looking to move the jack back a little bit because there's no back bowls from Selena. I'd be surprised if she was just simply looking to draw the shot. She'll see if she can find a shot to play.
I agree, Alex. I think she'll look to come down there with reaching weight. Any movement of the jack is to her advantage. She'll probably just be looking at whether she can sneak in under there, but with her tighter line bowls, one would think that she can get under that front bowl of Selena's and look for that jack trail. So here we go.
We know nothing, Brett.
Well, she's definitely playing with weight. I think she's just gone a little bit too wide.
Just missed her line there.
You definitely see there was an intent there, which was to trail that jack. obviously it was beneficial to be on the high side. She wouldn't have wanted to be narrow and get Selena, and potentially turn Selena's closest bowl up. So I think a pretty good bowl. In the pairs, it's Naenae holding one shot there. Wendy Mackey's bowl, slightly lighter blue bowl on the jack there, and I think Wendy's got one further bowl to play on that end, with Takapuna currently leading 4-1.
Selena with a can of V to, not Selena, Lisa with a can of V. It's a breakfast of champions, Brett.
I'm sure a number of these players enjoyed the magnificent win last night by the Black Ferns at Eden Park and winning the Rugby World Cup, and we should just acknowledge what a fantastic achievement that was. Really against a lot of odds, but just shows what great determination, great camaraderie as a team, and certainly the genius of Wayne Smith and that coaching team who really hatched a game plan which got us over the line, albeit by the finest of margins. But
I think a few of us were a little bit stressed out near the end, Brett.
Yeah, it certainly had that feel of the 2011 Rugby World Cup, and I think a lot of people had their literally their hearts in their mouth, and it was a bold call to contest that final line-out, but sometimes it's those bold calls, those bold moves you make in the critical moments of any game that can be the difference, and it was certainly the difference last night, and just some wonderful scenes at Eden Park as everybody celebrated a victory which, even at the beginning of this Rugby World Cup competition, I don't think anyone could have contemplated that New Zealand could be that competitive against an England team that has just dominated women's world rugby for the last few years.
Yeah, an absolute juggernaut. So good stuff.
So here's two juggernauts of the women's singles game battling it out here, and it's Lisa White holding shot. Currently trailing Takapuna's Selena Goddard in this race to 21, and over in the fours, it's in the pairs, should I say, it's Takapuna leading that game by says 4 shots to 1. I think it might be 4-2 now, but we'll wait for that board to be updated. Yes, indeed it is.
Speaking, you shall receive.
Thank you, team. And nothing in either of these games really. As the players go through this sort of initial testing out period.
And it is sort of key to the complexion, as we see on that women's leaderboard. Naenae's on 6 match points and Takapuna's on 4. Takapuna having won 7 games and Naenae the 7.5. So if Takapuna was to get up in this round, it means that Naenae and Takapuna would be drawn on 6 match points each. Queenstown is currently playing Thames Coast, who haven't won a game or haven't won a match yet. So if you're a betting person, it'd be reasonable to assume that we'll go into the last round with Queenstown sitting on 8 match points, and Queenstown will then play Naenae in that last round for the women's one. So that'll be very key.
Yeah, all set up for a great finish. Takapuna playing Elmwood Park, who would have been the favourites for many people going into this. Elmwood Park featuring sisters Angela and Mandy Boyd, both former New Zealand players, and current New Zealand Pairs champion Bev Morrell is skipping the pair in their team. So it's going to be a grandstand finish this afternoon for sure, as it often is in these Interclub finals, particularly played under this round robin format. Selena Goddard just slides past, so it's 1 to Lisa White, and over in the pairs it looks like Kenny Critchlow's drawn a couple of very good shots there for the Naenae team as they look to battle their way back from a 2-point deficit at the moment.
Lisa willing this bowl on. She drew a touch with her first bowl. was then passed and sort of scattered the next next 3. And perhaps an opportunity for Selena, although those 2 pink bowls at the back, they look pretty good cover.
They sure do.
We'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Selena just taking her time and weighing up the options.
About a metre. Oh, you can come here if you like. Yeah, safer there.
Looks like the rain stopped just as our staff have completed the rain coating of the cameras, Brett.
Yeah, Murphy's Law in full evidence. But the forecasts are for some showers during the day, so it may be just as well that we've
come in helpful.
Yeah, we've got that. And in the pairs, Naenae looking like they're holding 3 shots there, as Robin Walker plays her second bowl of this 6th end.
And Selena not trying too hard with that one, I suspect. Not a bad bowl from Robin Walker in the pairs on your thumbnail.
Yep, she'll be pretty happy with that. 3 down to 1 up, and Wendy Mackey will be looking to attack that. Just while we're watching Lisa White measure, I'll reprise the story we told yesterday from the Commonwealth Games. Wendy Mackey was over there just misses getting the shot there. Wendy Mackey was part of this New Zealand supporters tour over there following no doubt Nicole Toomey, one of her Wellington teammates, and was sitting in the stand when a very finely dressed gentleman came and sat next to Wendy, accompanied by a few other people, and after a while Wendy leaned over to him and said, excuse me, I hope you don't mind me saying, but you look remarkably like Prince Edward. To which the finely dressed gentleman said, well, thank you very much for that. I am Prince Edward. And then they engaged in quite a conversation with Prince Edward talking about his fondness for New Zealand from his time tutoring at Wanganui Collegiate, and so a great story. Wendy's a really good sport, and she absolutely saw the funny side of it. So
it's pretty good, isn't it, Brett? Like as stories go,
it was.
I put it right up there.
It absolutely was. So Takapuna score the shot there in the pairs game, and they now lead 5-2 after 6 ends. So they're just starting their 7th end. And here in the singles, it's all tied up. 6 apiece in the race to 21.
We see Selena, drawing another bowl, essentially right on top of the jack, maybe a bowl low. Good stuff from both of these players. And Lisa may ask Sue where the bowl's relation. No, she's just going to switch to the forehand. Sometimes you see players, when you think they're 35 metres away, it can be hard to tell where the ball is in relation to the jack. You see them ask the mark for that information.
Indeed, and Lisa White obviously decided she's going to try and play this tuning hand, and she's
beautiful shot.
Made a good decision in doing that. That's shot to Lisa White.
Lovely stuff, and Selena will switch to that hand as well. Out of her hand, nice and smooth. Certainly a very well grooved delivery. Put a lot of time into it, Selena.
Yeah, she looks very dedicated trainer, works very hard, and also doing very well in her career. Selena works for one of New Zealand's leading intellectual property consultancies, a business called Everedge, and she runs their digital marketing for that business based on the North Shore. And so great to see that not only is she doing well on the bowling green, but also doing well in her professional life. So Lisa White be disappointed with that last bowl, just dropping short. She holds the shot, at least one, and Selena Goddard will be looking to try and come down and get underneath that bowl. Probably playing with a little bit of weight just to sip the shot bowl, maybe get a bit of contact on the jack. And she's close.
Hoping for a... Oh. Once it starts swinging away as a player, sometimes you think, well, don't snick it. you want something square there.
Indeed. And over in the pairs, Kenny Critchlow, one of the real pool of exciting young players coming through in Wellington, men and women, has drawn 2 excellent shots there for the Naenae team.
As Lisa White makes her way back to the mat. One of the few dual internationals, Lisa White. She's played indoor bowls for New Zealand and outdoor bowls for New Zealand.
Yeah, very talented player at both games, and certainly, you know, young enough and capable enough to represent New Zealand again in both sports.
Yeah. Good shot there, just rolling her third shot in for second.
She won't be unhappy with that. She's got at least 2 shots there. And Selena Goddard, I expect we'll see something similar from her coming down there and playing with reaching weight.
Yeah, she'll back herself to make a good correction, won't she, Brett? And err on the wide side so that if she is a little bit wide, at least she's cutting it down by 1, getting rid of that pink bowl that sits at 2 o'clock on the screen.
Yes, I think that's right, Alex. So let's see. Yep, definitely on that backhand side again. She'll be looking just to get a contact on one of those bowls, or get the jack clean. So here we go.
Yeah, taking that wider line.
Yeah,
not far away here. If it starts breaking back into the head, beautiful weight.
Well, there you go.
That's a good bowl.
That's a really good percentage bowl. To just good weight, play with a good line. You might say a slightly fortuitous result, but when you're in the zone with that weight, you give yourself every chance.
And missed in the right direction as well. She knew there were bowls that she could miss into. If she'd missed narrow with that weight, it was a nightmare scenario. So a good shot there, really, from Selena.
Completely.
Just measuring her shot bowl to Lisa's pink. And 1 to Takapuna, 1 to Selena Goddard there, taking a 7-6 lead in this race to 21 points. And opting to deliver, well, we'll find out what length jack she's delivered. A half-length jack on this occasion. As we see a replay of that bowl, see the slightly the wider side, but perfect weight just to follow through for the shot. Good way to miss. Great job on the replay button, people. So we see the score on the thumbnail game, 6-2 to Takapuna. With Naenae looking like they're going to score a number here, and Selena's first bowl, a few feet past. Finishing at 6 o'clock on your screen, a good first bowl in this race to 21. Lisa White opting to follow that down. Oh, the high side, it's going to need to turn a lot at the end of its track. Not to beat. So Selena with a chance just to try and stack the head up now after the first one, which was a good bowl. And a reasonable correction there. It's probably going to force Lisa to switch to her forehand side as she's finished in the line. So you'd look at that and think, oh, it's actually hard to draw. Which is what we have seen. Beautiful weight again from Lisa White. The same weight twice. Just not quite picking the line with those two bowls. And Selena on the forehand again. With an opportunity just to stack the set up a little bit more. Willing it to get past that front one. She has done.
Nice, Selena.
That's good stuff there from Selena Goddard. Sitting with 3.
Well done.
Putting Lisa White under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, front for you.
As we watch Lisa White's third bowl of this end. Willing it to run out. Agonisingly short there. Just a couple more rolls. She would have been in for second shot. And Selena asking just how far behind is my shot bowl of Sue Rossiter. And Sue indicating she's got the shot. So just about had a runaway child in the background.
Just took a wee bit of weight. The breeze good.
And having just
Just a bit of weight
poked my
off.
head outside, Alex, it looks like the weather is cleared. And certainly just looking at the forecast, we may not get too much more rain for a while. Obviously, you know, a few little sprinkles still around, but
I did promise that after the Interclub was finished this afternoon I would mow the lawn. I'm not sure how I feel about the news that there's going to be no no rain later on.
Just level, just over level. You're just drawing in. Make that
All right. Lisa White now with her final bowl. She played a forgettable first 2. Drew a good third one on her forehand.
looks a little wide for that side.
She's got perfect weight. She might get some
now it
late
comes.
swing.
Now it comes. Well, wow, where did that turn come
It's
from?
unbelievable that she managed to be narrow there.
That is incredible. Perhaps just with that wind turning around now to the south, we're just getting a little bit more turn on that side. Yesterday, for those people who were watching, that was definitely the tighter side of this television rink.
Absolutely, and from Lisa's point of view, she let that go on a nice arc. She cleared the front bowl, which is all she wanted to do, and somehow her bowl actually swung underneath the bowl that she was looking to rest, and still dropped a 1 there.
Yeah, so 8-6 to Selena Goddard. Nothing in this game. Next door, it's 6-5 in the pairs to Takapuna after 8 of the 18 ends, and looks like Takapuna maybe a measure for shot between Kenny Critchlow and Adele Ineson's bowls.
And here's the bowl, Brett, that somehow was narrow. Clears the front one, which is all she wanted to do. And look how much it swings at the end, just underneath, and not able to sit it out for shot.
And can only be the breeze just impacting on those bowls. And here's Selena Goddard off to a good start.
Yeah, very good stuff there.
I should point out to the viewers, I'm going to have to step out of the commentary briefly this morning. One of my roles in the game of bowls is as the regional director for World Bowls for Oceania, and I'm attending an event with the Chinese community today locally, who are very interested in how they can get more involved in the game of bowls. China, of course, being a member of World Bowls, but this is not a game that the local Chinese community have been particularly engaged with. So that's an exciting time for the sport, as is the fact we're getting such strong growth from the Pacific Islands, and one of the recent developments is we're very close to confirming that Tokelau will be the latest Pacific Island nation to join the World Bowls family, and that's a really exciting initiative, with a lot of Tokelauans living in New Zealand, and one of them actually leading in the women's forwards team for Naenae at this event. So That's Aliatavulu. So great to see so much interest in our game from the migrant communities, if you want to describe that, though many of of course the Tokalauans and have been here for generations, as have the Chinese. So yeah, it's exciting times for bowls and globally, and we've also seen really strong interest from the Indian communities globally, off the back of the
brilliant
Indian women winning the gold medal at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games, beating.
It was my consolation. at least it had an incredible response.
Yes, that Indian team, of course, beating the New Zealand four that Selena Goddard was leading for in a very, very close semi-final. But yeah, it's really sparked a huge amount of development in India, and their men followed up with a silver medal in the fours. Just sliding by there from Lisa White, so it looks like Selena Goddard's holding shot here. She's just asking Sue Rossiter to confirm what the position is on the head.
And an update as well. We'll just we'll read out the updates after. We'll just watch this end complete, but we've got some updates through from around the greens briefly. But we'll just wait for the last two bowls of this end first, I think. Selena making a decision. I expect her to play her forehand just about here. Read, it looks like the open hand. Just draw the shot. If you move it a little bit, it's 3.
I would say so. She can afford to play a slightly tighter line on that side. If she sits Lisa's bowl, she'll make 3. Any jack movement should be to her advantage. And she's played this pretty well, coming down on a good line, slightly on the high side.
Yeah, perfect track.
Not sure she's quite going to reach.
Perhaps a slight lapse in concentration there. The line was absolutely perfect, so she knew what line she wanted and she knew what she wanted to do, but we do know the green is running a bit slower than what it ordinarily does.
All square in the pairs game, 1 to Wendy Mackey on that 8th end, so it's 6-all now in that 18 end game, and they're playing end 9, so they're about halfway through that game as Kenny Critchlow draws the shot. Meanwhile, back at the singles, it's Lisa White, and she's going to play her forehand here. So that suggests to me she's going to play it with a little bit of weight to try and sit that shot bowl. See if she can sort of play to that split of her bowl and the shot bowl, and she's pretty close
here, Brett. She's close here. This is close.
Whoa!
Oh, goodness gracious me! She's been within Kiwi a couple of times.
Rocks the shot bowl, but comes away with no shot. So it's 1 to Selena Goddard. That's 9-6 to Takapuna in this race to 21. So if we look around the greens, we can see in the men's competition the key clash between Elmwood Park, lying second overnight, and Alexandra, and it's New Zealand singles champion Kelvin Scott leading Sean Scott, no relation, 11-8 in that game. Two outstanding singles exponents when we watched Sean Scott's game against Tony Grantham from Birkenhead yesterday. In the pairs, it's Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas. They're leading New Zealand, former New Zealand representative Gary Lawson and his partner Stephen Ditford, 4-3, so nothing in that. And in the fours, it's Lance Pascoe's team who are leading the four skip by Martin Geary from Alexandra by 9-1. Lance Pascoe with Nathan Glasson, Liam Eathorne and Ricky Cook, all Canterbury representative players. Martin Geary has Ray Leedon, Stan Cornez and Roger O'Brien in his team. So early advantage to Elmwood Park, but as we saw yesterday, you can't count out these Alexandra players. Paratutu versus Birkenhead. So it's Darren Gooden from Paratutu, who's got off to a good start against Birkenhead's Tony Grantham. Tony was unbeaten yesterday in his 3 games. Of course, a New Zealand squad member. 7-all in the pairs between Damon, Pearson and his partner is Evan Thomas, and they're playing Hamish Karpe and Darren Reid. Darryl Reid, should I say. I should know that. He used to be a teammate of mine. And in the fours game, we've got the Paratutu team skipped by Adam Collins, and they've got off to a good start against the Birkenhead team, which is listed as Nigel Drew as the skip, but I believe they may have had a change in their batting order. So we'll keep you updated on that. Back of the singles here, it's Selena Goddard just drawing a second shot here, leading 9-6 and holding 2 shots.
And good bowls there from Selena. Lisa on the back end. She'll probably keep a very similar weight to her first bowl, just looking to rest the bowl or the jack or the bowl.
In the third of the men's clashes, we have the overnight leader, Manurewa Cosmopolitan, playing Hastings. And in that game, it's David Clark leading Dean Drummond 13-9 in the singles. In the pairs, it's Murray Glassy and Neil Barron. They're up against Shane Drabble, and Shane is playing with Steve Bicknell, and it's 11-9 to Murray and Neil. And in the fours, the Dwayne Cameron skipped Hastings side, leading Bryn Morgan's team 5-3.
It's one of the things I love about this event, Brett, is that going into today, Hastings had 0 match points, and Manurewa Kosi was winning. And at the moment, Hastings is winning 2 of the rubbers and would win the match if they keep up this form. Everyone can beat everyone.
Absolutely, and slightly different conditions today. So we can see a great bowl there from Lisa White. Looks like she's holding a shot, and it'll be Selena Goddard now coming down on this forehand side looking to get a connection, but that's probably not going to hold its line. And actually didn't have the weight to be there either, so that's a disappointing bowl from Selena. We think to Naenae. And in the pairs, it looks like it's Wellington holding at least 3 shots, potentially 4 against the Takapuna team.
Lisa White here.
Wow, that's high quality stuff.
Great bowls there from Lisa.
Selena Goddard had followed her bowl up, which she's entitled to do after she's played her third bowl, and she'll be having a good look here. How quickly an end can change, lying 2 pretty good shots, and
bang bang.
Yep, absolutely.
And be ruining the underplayed third bowl. Well, the positive is that the jack isn't going clean back, I suppose. So if she was to play with weight, it'll be tempting. It's hard to see because we don't know where the jack is, but Selena could arrive on her forehand side, sort of resting on the inside half of Lisa's last bowl. Squeeze the jack out to the right of the head as we see it.
Absolutely.
She'll have a better understanding than us, being able to see the head and the angles a little bit better. It can be challenging sometimes on the cameras.
Yeah, I think it should be playing down on that forehand side as we saw, as we've seen with all 3 bowls on this end. As you say, looking for a connection on potentially on that outside, the pink bowl on the left, and then potentially squeeze that jack. Probably hard to move both pink bowls without moving the jack, but let's see how accurate Selena is this time.
Very grooved delivery action. And played it with more purpose than her third bowl, and she's not far away here, Brett.
Very close here.
Not far away. Which way is the jack going to squeeze? To the left. It's because she was a bit narrow.
Well, she was looking for contact. The jack has stayed in. And so I think from our commentary position, it'll be Lisa White holding 1 shot with a bowl to play. Over in the pairs, a good collect for Naenae. They look to have scored at least 3 shots on that 9th end, and that'll be a good lead to the Wendy Mackey skipped pair now over Robin Walker.
And Lisa will be willing her bowl to come back in bounds. As we see, she has done so, I believe.
Yes, great bowl from
Was
Lisa
very
White.
close to killing that jack, wasn't she, Selena?
She was, so definitely out by the peg, and so it's two to Lisa White. That brings the score to 9 shots to 8.
I think Lisa will feel like it's a little bit swings and roundabouts there. We saw Lisa play. She's played a couple of good reaching bowls and not got unlucky, but certainly got the worst possible result. I think Selena just did exactly the same thing, played a good bowl, but instead of squeezing to the left, it squeezed to the right, and he's had an opportunity to add to. It's probably balanced the ledger out, I think, Brett.
Sure has.
Very nice.
So other women's results, Martinborough are playing Elmwood Park, and it's Rosanna Murewa who's got out to a good 8-3 lead against Elmwood Park's Mandy Boyd. In the pairs, it's Micaiah Campbell and her partner Wilson, Marianne Wilson, who is Wilson by name and Wilson by mascot. And they're leading against Bev Morrell and Angela Boyd 5-1. And in the fours, it's the Tanya Wheeler skipped Martinborough team that's leading Jan Shirley from Elmwood Park by 7 shots to 2. Elmwood Park, probably the big surprise of this competition. On paper, a very strong women's team. Obviously, they're the only club that has got a men's and a women's team through to these national interclub finals, but it hasn't been their weekend so far. But still early in those games, and so we'll keep you posted with those results as the round progresses.
And it looks like Queenstown have completed. Well, Christine Buchanan certainly completed her rubber there, over and done with, 21-4 in the singles.
That's a big win over Val Matthews. Val, a pretty accomplished player, but as we saw yesterday, Christine Buchanan was in fine form. She only lost one game, which was against Selena Goddard in the last round, having beaten Mandy Boyd and Rosanna Murewa earlier. The Queenstown pair, skipped by Margaret O'Connor, with a handy lead over Val Finlay from Thames, and in the fours it's the K Bunn skipped Thames Coast team who've just got their nose in front of Jane Anderson's Queenstown fours. So early advantage to Queenstown, and it's often quite a psychological advantage to win your singles game, because
particularly if you can do it early.
It gives the obviously each team is trying to win their own game, but they're also trying to win the match, because there are match points here. So immediately you know that you've got a very good differential there in terms of if a countback was required. So that means that you can really concentrate now on winning your game. Great bowl there from
Lovely
Selena
shot there
Goddard.
from Selena Goddard.
And so Queenstown, lying second overnight, will be feeling confident that they can win one of the remaining 2 games to secure the match points. And obviously, if they can win all 3 and get all 3, get a single point for each game, that'll put them in an even better position for their final round clash against Naenae.
Absolutely, and it'll be a very intriguing last round, because as you said, they're playing Naenae in the last game. They should be on 8 match points if they continue their form, and then it just comes down to this match that we're watching now between Naenae and Takapuna to decide whether it's essentially a straight final between Naenae and Queenstown, or whether it is a result that could mean anything happens, depending on how Takapuna goes against whoever it is they play in Elmwood Park in the last round.
Absolutely, and in this Takapuna Naenae clash, we have 1 to Selena Goddard, so she leads 10-8 in the singles. It's 10-6 to Naenae in the pairs. They secured a 4 on the last 10, but I see Robin Walker's just played a good bowl there and turned out the Naenae bowl, so at least 1 to Takapuna in the pairs. And we're just waiting for an update on the fours game. That's Naenae 4 skipped by Lillian Renata playing the Lisa Dixon Takapuna 4. 3 of those Takapuna players, Lisa Dixon, Lauren Mills and Anne Doreen, having been part of the winning New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours team. And right on cue, we can see that they're leading Lillian Renata 10-9. And the 4th member of that Takapuna 4 is Japanese international Keiko Kurihara, who finds herself playing out of Takapuna. And playing for Lillian Renata in the Naenae team are Anne Gately, Pat Dixon and Alieta Vuru. So nothing in that game. So as we probably could have expected, this game's likely to go down to the wire between Naenae and Takapuna and set us up for a pretty good finish for this afternoon.
It looks like it's been a dynamic game of fours. If you look at the 19 points scored in 6 ends, there's been some shot play from both teams by the looks.
Absolutely. I know both Lillian and Lisa are pretty attacking skips, and so that'll be a close game. Here's a second cracking bowl from Selena Goddard. Good bowl by her, and it's Takapuna have scored in the pairs game. 1 shot taken out so far, and they're just measuring for the second shot. It looks like 2 to Takapuna. The white bowls of Robin Walker there, and so that'll close that game up to 10-8 after 10 of the 18 ends. So nothing in any of these games really, but this end certainly of the singles shaping up pretty well for Selena Goddard.
Yeah, and beginning to get a bit stressful at this point, particularly if Selena puts a 3rd bowl in for Lisa, because she's been keeping with Selena. It's been a close game all the way, and she's been able to keep that. Oh, there was a hit somewhere. She's been able to keep the gap sort of at two-ish points. You don't really want Selena to get away to more than 3 or 4, so she'll be looking to find a way to score here.
Yeah, the last time these two played in the National Interclub was in the semi-finals in Christchurch, and in that format it was actually a quarter-final, semi-final, final format, because we had all of the clubs together for the national finals. This time we've reverted to this format because of COVID. And in that game, it was tied all the way, and Selena just pulled away at the end as Lisa missed a couple of her run shots, and so they've had some titanic struggles, I know, over the years as they've played in singles, but certainly advantage here to Selena Goddard with 2 shots.
She's likely to find a way to cover the jack move, and it's just where she covers it, I suppose, is the question.
That's next draw in the pairs. Adele Ineson bowl breaking into the head. Both leads have played their first 2 bowls and been over the head. So it's 1 to Takapuna.
Blocking. Was that on purpose? What's happening, Brett? Is it a purpose? If it's a purposeful block, that's quite clever.
Sorry?
I think probably maybe it was based on the line she took.
Yeah, I'd say she was trying to draw short, just to make sure she got something in the eye. I mean, Lisa's too good a player to leave those targets open for. So I guess she had the choice of either going to the back or looking for a front blocker, and just as well because Lisa's on target here.
Lovely line.
Coming back now, just gets around that short bowl of Selena Goddard's, but she doesn't get the shot, so Lisa takes 2 bowls out. That's 2 to Selena Goddard, and she now leads 12-8 in the race to 21.
It's the biggest lead she's had so far in this game for Selena.
In the pairs, it's Wendy Mackey from Naenae leading Robin Walker from Takapuna by 10 shots to 8. As Kenny Critchlow draws the shot in that game with her characteristic lime green bowls. And back to the men's results, we can see absolutely topsy-turvy game between Sean Scott and Kelvin Scott. Sean Scott, of course, playing in the Alexandra team, and he now leads Kelvin Scott 16-15. Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditford have got ahead 9-6 in their pairs game, and a bit of a blowout in the fours where Lance Pascoe is now leading Martin Gary by 13 shots to 1. So things shaping up pretty well for the Elmwood Park team, lying second overnight, and certainly one of the favoured sides in the men's competition here at the Browns Bay Club.
Yep, absolutely.
Excuse me, Anne. Could you just phone slightly? I just need to see the peg. Anne. Yeah, thank you.
There we go. So good bowl by Lisa White for her first one at this end.
A lovely line. I think this is slightly shorter end than what we have seen, Brett.
Yes, it is, and Selena will be disappointed with those first two bowls. Just not really applying, keeping that pressure on Lisa White, and Lisa taking full advantage as she draws another shot here. Still plenty of room. Certainly, one of the looser ends for us. You often see that when they play a slightly different length. So what can Selena Goddard do with her third bowl on this end? On a pretty good line again. Just starting to break now. This will be pretty close.
Oh, just dying out in the rough there.
Yeah, a little bit of breeze, just holding that bowl out.
And next round, of course, Brett, will be the final round of this. And on the screen will be the match between Elmwood Park and Manurewa Cosmopolitan Club will be the one that we will be bringing to you. And of course, also results from around the places, because the women's event is going to go right down to the wire, I suspect. Great shot there from Lisa White. Yeah, she's willing to sit down. For the stage standing up, that target was a little bit too inviting there for Selena.
We can see Paratutu leading all three games in their match against Birkenhead in the men's. Still early days there, as Selena comes down and plays this this bowl. In the pairs, Robin Walker's just played a cracker and trailed the jack, and it looks like Takapuna may be holding 3 or 4 there in that game. We can't see the very backest bowls, so it may be, but we'll give you a readout on that as Robin Walker plays her last bowl in that pairs game. You can just see the white bowl coming into view now. It looks like she's drawn another shot.
Lovely bowl. Lovely bowl. As we see here on the main screen, Lisa White certainly holding 1, potentially 2, which means she could be drawing here for 3. And again, not letting, or in the back of her mind, she'll be thinking, I don't want Selena to be more than 3 or 4 points in front of me, and then you can pounce. So she'll be disappointed. There's a bit of frustration there.
Yep.
Disappointed that she's fallen short with that 4th bowl. And we'll see. So 2 there to Lisa White, and narrowing the gap again. 10-12, but it could be 11-12 is what Lisa will be thinking.
So a good save from Wendy Mackey with her last bowl. It looked like Takapuna were holding probably about 5 shots there, and Wendy Mackey got down to get 3rd shot, I believe. So that'll be 10-8 now to Naenae in that pairs game, and 12-10 to Takapuna. So the same margin in this game. I'm going to sign out, and I will look forward to seeing you later in the commentary.
Yes, have a good meeting.
Thank you, Alex.
As we see a long jack delivered by Lisa White, trailing this game 12-10 in the race to 21. And a good first bowl. Selena on the forehand as well. Slightly overplaying that ball. Of course, if you want to have a look at the full range of results, they're available on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page. There is a featured post on the website, which will be the first thing that you see. It says Interclub Results Hub, and on that there is a button that can take you to the men's and the women's results and shows everything you need to know. Selena looking to make a correction here.
Yeah, it's looking good, Adele. Woo! Yep. Sounds like tennis. Any hand under that last ball? Come on, through Elliot. There's the only one down.
Nice to see all the tech people.
And Lisa, yeah, good bowl there. Too close.
Did you have a good night out?
Probably the loosest end we've seen from Selena Goddard thus far. Playing one over and one under, but 2 bowls to correct with this her 3rd one. And half a chance. If she can just get the bowl to hold a little bit longer. Good shot there from Selena Goddard, drawing the shot.
Yes.
Graham Doreen in the background, stalwart of the Takapuna Bowling Club. Some keen spectators. Cup of tea by the looks. That's fair enough. Lisa on her backhand again, stalking this one. Willing it to hold. If she's got enough weight, it'll hold at the end. I think she's probably made that one. As we see Sue Rossiter investigate the head. Very close, she says. I think I'll go for, Lisa. I think Lisa's holding one. And Selena, with the last ball of this end, looking to draw this shot on a lovely line here. Look at this here from Selena Goddard. Willing it to stop now. Not to be very slightly overplayed, so we'll find out who was holding the shot there. My call is pink. I think it's one to Lisa. I've been wrong before though, so it means nothing. Time to get the measure out.
Very close. Great way.
And one to Takapuna. Bringing the score to 13-10 in this race to 21. Selena's first bowl. One to work from. It'll be further away than what she would have hoped it was going to be. Lisa looking to go a little bit better on her forehand side. That's a really good first ball there from Lisa White. Drawing the shot, putting the pressure on Selena Goddard. So we can see the sun appears to be out now after a little bit of drizzle this morning. Sort of losing a little bit of the consistency that we saw early on in the game from Selena Goddard. As the green changes a bit with the sun out and all that sort of stuff. Selena, instead of drawing really close with her first bowl, seems to be looking to correct with her first two and then getting the third and fourth close, as we see Lisa White also missed by a little bit there, and Selena's going to persist with her backhand. Yes, of course, if you could please subscribe to our Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, we'd be extremely appreciative. Press the subscribe button, and I think there's a little bell, and if you click the bell you get notified when we're live. As Selena Goddard gets a wick, snicks the jack across for a front toucher to Lisa's, but leaves it behind to remain one down. Would have been an emotional roller coaster for both players then.
Just off it.
Lisa on the forehand here, looking to draw a second shot. She's on a good line. Lisa White, she's close, and now down onto Selena's bowl. Quarter of a bowl wide there. Good shot though, and for third. If it taps, if it gets tapped, it looks like the jack's coming back to the pink bowl at 6 o'clock. Very slightly to the left of it, as we see.
One.
Selena just ascertaining whether she wants to try and draw another second shot or tap the jack back a little bit. Probably opt just for the dead draw on her backhand, I suspect. Leading 13-10 in this race to 21. So we see some very animated hand gestures in the background. And Selena on a perfect line, well, slightly underplayed and slightly tighter than she would have liked there. But only one down on the head, and Lisa's going to have to play a good bowl to make it two.
Yes.
Yeah, nicely done.
Let's see what Lisa White opts to play here, lining up on her forehand side. Here we go. Oh, she's not narrow as we watch this bowl. Discretion is the better part of valour in that situation, and one there to Lisa White, making the score 11-13 in the race to 21 points.
11.
You can see the wind is getting up a little bit. We heard from the players yesterday that as the day progressed, the wind not only increased but also switched around the direction that it was coming from. It caused some challenges for the players later on in the day. We're not going to get to be later on in the day today because there's 2 rounds, so I suppose that's positive. We see the jack rolled a couple of mats shy of the 2 metre mark. A nice little length there. Of course, remembering after this match, we will bring round 2 to you, which will be the clash between the Manurewa Club and Elmwood Park. It should decide the winner of the men's event. As Lisa White plays another good first bowl. And Selena Goddard will be looking to settle back down into her work here. look to try and draw a first bowl close. That's what she did very well in the beginning of this game, and has been searching around a little bit with her first couple for the last 5 or 6 ends. That's better stuff there from Selena Goddard. She'll be happy with that. Great bowl to correct from, because the green is perfect, so there's only one thing to correct, which is the weight. Lisa White on the back end. Lovely line here, not far away. Good stuff. Lisa White has a very good domestic record, as we alluded to earlier. The Wellington region, they have a champion of champion singles, and between 2013 and 2018 she won the champion of champion singles there every year barring one in 2014, so it's not bad. She completed a 4-peat. As we see Lisa play a good bowl, it's going to sit down. Yeah, good stuff there from Lisa White. Also has a silver medal in the World Bowls Championship Triples.
Close. It's pretty close.
Pretty close, says Sue when asked who's holding the shot. So it either means one or the other's holding. Sue, a very good umpire, so it will be pretty close. We see this bowl on the forehand side of Selena's just run away a little bit. She'll come and have a look herself. On this camera angle, I would say that it's the pink bowl that sits at 6 o'clock. That is the shot. Lisa will be looking to play her backhand, I suspect, and if she can move the jack a little bit, it'll be brilliant. You can begin to see now, at this stage of the day, the lines on the rink that the bowls have taken. Lisa, of course, a left-hander, so if you watch where she lets the bowl go, it's a different place. She's close here. She's close here. Lisa White looking to move the jack just a few inches. Just a bit. Not to be. She's just drawn a front toucher. Maybe not even quite that. But certainly has removed doubt about who's got the shot. And goodness knows who's got second. Selena now on her forehand side. Watch this one come up the rink. Looks on the narrow side at a glance. Yes, it is, so nice weight. We'll find out who's got second shot. Here we go. On to Lisa's bowl, and it won't reach Selena's. So 2 there, I think,
13 all.
to Naenae, and the score is level at 13 points apiece. If we look at the scoreboard, I believe this is the first time that Lisa has been able to draw level with Selena. She's been within 2 or 3 points almost the entire game. Selena scored a 3 on the first end and was holding 4 on the second before Lisa drew 1. And from then it's just been 1s and 2s. No more than 2 scored for the duration. We're well into this game now as we reach 13 all in this race to 21, and we could be still going in some time as we see Lisa lead off on her forehand side. So you can hear and see the games going on the screen. This is the penultimate round of the 2022 National Interclub Sevens finals. This year played in the old format of regions and then a national final due to COVID. The 30-something teams were unable to gather in one space, so for 1 year only, the old format came back, and this last year's event final being played now. We've got some results now from around the track, around the different rinks. Elmwood Park and Alexandra, 15-16 in the singles. That's a close one there. And the pairs, Elmwood Park leading 9-6. And the fours, 13-1. So we keep an eye on that men's match there. That singles game between the Scots certainly very close and important for the last round. As we see Paratutu and Birkenhead as well. Of course, keeping in mind that Birkenhead are sitting in 4th place and Paratutu in 3rd place, sort of a couple of match points off the thing, and we don't know what these scores are in Paratutu and them. That's okay. Now we go to the Manurewa Cozzy, and now we're back to Paratutu and Birkenhead. So 10-9 in the singles, 11-9 in the pairs, and 10-4 in the fours. I'd say that's too early to call one way or the other as we move on to the Manurewa Cozzy Club in Hastings. Now Hastings had a forgettable first day, sitting in 6th place going into these last 2 rounds, whereas the Cosmopolitan Club sitting in 1st on 6 match points, but score lines mean nothing to the Hastings team as they are drawn 15 all in the pairs with 3 ends to go, and 8 all in the fours after 10, and trail only 14-18 in the singles. So keep an eye on that one because at the moment Manurewa Cozzy are on 6 match points and Elmwood Park are on 5. It's possible that we could see Elmwood Park leap up to 7 match points and Manurewa stay on 6 as we move on to the next lot of results. Between Martinborough and Elmwood Park. On the women's side, we see that Rosanna Muriwai, who we had on stream yesterday, is leading Mandy Boyd 12-7 in the singles. The pairs team of Micaiah Campbell and Marianne Wilson leading 9-3. And the fours team also in front, Elmwood Park having a forgettable weekend, although with an opportunity to dictate who wins this event in the last round if things fall right. As we move on to this round, this match, Takapuna and Naenae. We know that the singles is 13 all, the pairs 12-11, which is close, and the fours 13-10 to Naenae after 9 ends. So this match, anyone's for the taking at this point as we continue with the singles game tied at 13 all between Lisa White and Selena Goddard. And of course, one more round in the women's, Queenstown, who are one of the current leaders, 21 points to 4. Christine Buchanan won the singles. Pairs and fours look a bit closer though. The pairs team of Margaret O'Connor and Andrea Dowman are leading 14-10 over Thames Coast. And the fours trail 12-10, and again I think it shows the strength of this finals group because Thames Coast were another one with a forgettable first day, having only one game going in today, and currently with an opportunity to act as a bit of a spoiler to Queenstown going into that last end, as we see Selena Goddard play with a bit of weight there on her forehand and able to snavel the shot. So some interesting permutations for this event as we inch closer to the final round. and it's far too early to call a winning club. So we'll just watch a replay of Selena's bowl that came out so well on her backhand, big inside out, and able just to sit just in time. A good bowl there from Selena Goddard. Selena on the forehand. Finishing with good weight. And Lisa following her down on her backhand, of course, as a left-hander. Good bowl there as well. Lovely bowl. Settled into their work nicely, both of these players. And Selena switching to her backhand side. On the backhand again from Lisa White here. Had a brilliant first bowl, looking just to back it up. Good stuff, great stuff there from Lisa. Brilliant bowls.
Two down.
As we see, absolute brilliant from Selena Goddard, rolling the shot out. And drawing a toucher there. That's fantastic stuff there. Amazing. With Lisa on the backhand, she'll be looking, that was probably mate, she was looking to roll Selena's bowl out. She's now hoping it's going to stay on the rank. If it stays at the 2 metre mark, it's a good bowl. Yep, lovely shot there from Lisa White. We're going to see more aggression from her with her last bowl, I suspect. As we see on her forehand side. Selena Goddard willing it to continue on. She needs to just clear that bowl there. Not to be, and we're going to see Lisa try and remove Selena's shot bowl on her backhand side here. It's likely to be jack movement, so she needs to get the white bowl that you see it touching the jack as square as possible, or slightly to our left. On her backhand side, playing with purpose here. Lisa White looking to get rid of the bowl, willing it to hold now. Not to be. Beautiful weight there from Lisa White. But one more point to Takapuna's Selena Goddard. She will take a 15-13 lead in the race to 21.
15-13.
As we watch this replay of Selena's bowl, look at this, absolutely perfect. Lisa drew that touch with her second, would have been feeling pretty comfortable, and Selena said, no, easy as, just replaced it. Brilliant stuff there from Selena Goddard. Sue Way in the background with the important stuff. The lollies in the box for Lisa White. What if Irish moss still exists? That was used to be a good bowl, Solly, some Irish moss. As we see good bowl there.
How is my weight with that other ball?
Your weight's about, I was about that short.
Okay, start here again from these two players. It's a long end. Here from Selena Goddard. Lovely shot, well played. On the back end from Lisa White. She's in the area again. She's been close with a lot of these bowls, but just got little snicks, and again, just misses by an eighth of a bowl. Found that gap really clean. A little bit unlucky, but at least she's finished past the head.
Well, I said 3, you picked up Jack, so...
We see Lisa White jogging after this bowl. Oh, she'll be disappointed with that one. On a reasonable line again, but just that agonisingly 2 or 3 feet short. Easy to do, and the clouds in the background don't look that promising, to be fair. I'm sure it'll be fine. As Colin and Tamara have told the weather that it's not allowed to rain. We see Selena Goddard play her forehand side now. Not far away if she's got the weight right. That's good stuff. Great stuff there, and I wonder if Lisa White will be tempted to have a little bit of aggression. She's got that bowl that sits at the bottom right of our screen at 4 o'clock. She plays through the bowl that's slightly shy of the head at 11 o'clock on the screen, dead square. That could be cool. If she's slightly underneath it, she's making sure that the jack's going to her right. What she wouldn't want to be if she was aggressive was narrow. On the back end here, Lisa White playing with aggression. See where she took it. Means it's going to track out. If you look where she let it go, through that one, got it square, and the jack. What a bowl there from Lisa White. That's brilliant stuff. A few times I've actually commentated something correctly there, playing it absolutely perfect. Through that bowl and onto the jack. Although from this camera angle and the way she shook her head a little bit, I wonder if she might be one down there. That's a bit unlucky. It was well played.
16-13 to Takapuna.
But not to be, so 16-13 now is the score to Selena Goddard. And Lisa, depending on which way you look at it, either got too much of that bowl or not enough of it, because her collision bowl unable to follow the jack square enough through and back, and instead pushing the jack back to where Selena had one bowl. 16-13 in this race to 21 points. So we see a small crowd gathering now. People on their morning walk in the background watching some bowls. It's always good to see. Canavi, Graham Doreen and Selena on her forehand on the short end. Well, to get down. Oh, not to be. She slightly overplayed that one. Certainly the shortest end we've seen in a while here. The Browns Bay Bowling Club have played host to a number of events over the years. Nationals, Interclubs, Intercenters, Trans-Tasmans, etc. Good bowl. Good bowl there from Lisa White. Good first one. And Selena on that forehand side too, looking to make a correction off her first bowl. We can see her first bowl at sort of 4 o'clock on the screen. That's a good correction there from Selena Goddard. Well played. Lisa White. The same bowl again. She'll move the jack as we see Robin Walker play a really good bowl in the thumbnail Piers game. 13-14. And that one to Naenae on end 16 of 18. It's really tightening up here. And Lisa White back in this game on the back end. Great effort there from Lisa White. So round robin format does provide plenty of intrigue and excitement as we see Wendy Mackey looking to draw the jacket in that thumbnail on the top right. Brilliant stuff there. Back to the singles game. Selena Goddard pulling this bowl on just a little more. Not to be. Sitting it against the bias, so that's good stuff.
I think we're down. You can't come up. No. I'll have a better look.
Lisa White slightly overplaying.
Yeah. That bowl is that short.
Yeah. I'm not sure what hand to do.
We see in the Piers game and the thumbnail, Robin Walker unable to approach the head. I think she's going to play her forehand here. If you look at that thumbnail, go jack in the ditch.
You have to come under the green one.
Here we go. Back here on the singles game. Lots to keep track of. Selena Goddard second, really good head here, holding 2.5, maybe 3. So just keep an eye on that Piers game between Takapuna and Naenae in the thumbnail. It's 13-14 to Naenae onto the 16th end. The jack's been moved back, and Robin Walker just deciding whether she should play her forehand or her backhand in conjunction with her lead. If been unable, now she's asked to come up to the head. Her lead told her she wasn't allowed to. I like that she's gone up to have a look. I think that's reasonable. Lisa White here, back in this game. Could this be the break? Could this be the break that Selena Goddard has been waiting for? Never been more than 4 points in front. About to score 2, maybe a 3. Don't really understand. Did Robin play her bowl on the thumbnail? As we see Selena here, she's going to measure the pink bowl and go around to see who's got what. Yeah, perhaps it must be that Robin played her bowl and we didn't see it come into shot. Meanwhile, however, 1 to Selena. Is it 2? That is the question. Okay, good luck, guys. So only 1 there at the moment. Our umpire, Lorraine Beasley. Resplendent in the Somerset Umpires apparel, created by Dynasty Apparel and supported by Somerset Retirement Villages. Going to do this measure for us as we have a look at the pairs match now on that thumbnail on the top right of your screen. Everyone's walking around in circles, seeing if they can make it make sense. Must be a very close measure there, and that will inform the shot that Robin plays. Certainly looking at on the forehand side, there's a green bowl that's sort of in the way. It'd be tempting just to play right through that, go jack in the ditch. No mucking around as we see Lorraine here, the umpire on the left in your main screen, measuring back to the pink bowl. It's moving, and 1 pink, which means that it was 1 point to Takapuna, and Lisa White had second shot. So it wasn't the calamity I thought it might be, and although Selena does inch further in front, she is still at 4 points ahead, no further in this race to 21. 17-13. Robin Walker's bowl coming into shot, so obviously happy enough that it's a measure for shot and opting not to go jack in the ditch. And they've called an umpire over there as well. Busy woman. And Selena delivering the jack very shortly. So we see Dennis Hale, member of the Takapuna team. Well, not the team, the Takapuna club in the middle. Checking out the proceedings. And her first bowl on its way. Good shot. Great bowl here from Lisa White. Good shot. As we see the umpire make your way around in the thumbnail. It's taken a very long time to finish that 16th end of 18. And Selena Goddard here on the back end, just slightly playing through the head, leading 17-13 as you can see in this race to 21. So she has to score 4 points in the same amount of time that Lisa has to score 8. So in a reasonable position, you feel okay at 17-13. Lisa switching to the backhand side now, looking to roll the bowl up at 9 o'clock. And Wellington scoring in that pairs match. Or Naenae scoring, excuse me. Naenae scoring that pairs match and now leading 15-13 on the penultimate end. And the bowl coming into shot. I suspect that's not going to, I don't know where that's from. We now see Selena Goddard with her third bowl. Willing it on for second. That's really good stuff there. That's brilliant. It just sat against the bias for one. Looked like it was going to cut across for all money.
Yes.
And Elisa asking if she's one down, being told she is, so just looking to draw the shot here with her third bowl. Here we go. Here we go. This is brilliant stuff. Is it going to sit down? Not to be, but she's given herself an opportunity now, Lisa White. The jack will lock on that bowl. Lisa may opt to switch to her backhand side.
2 centimetres. Got that?
As we see Selena, she'll play her backhand side, and the rain is tumbling down. That's not July though, so that doesn't work. On the backhand from Selena Goddard. Willing it on. Mud in the eye at the very least, and that's what she's done. Now, there is almost a plant. Lisa's played indoor. She'll have a look at that. That bowl of Selena's that sits at 11 o'clock is touching the shot bowl. Lisa's having a look to see what happens if she plays through that bowl of Selena's at 11 o'clock on the screen. It'll cannon the shot bowl across the head. The jack will move. May not even have to play this with a lot of weight as the rain is it is persisting down now, and we see Wendy Mackey abandon ship. Interesting because other people have gone for the closer cover, but Wendy coming right down to the other end. Must be too crowded there, and Lisa going to play her bowl first, looking at the forehand side. You can hear the rain. Here we go, Lisa's bowl. Here we go, she's not far away, folks. Willing it to turn now, it needs to come back into the head. Not to be. She set her own one down. I don't think she's done enough though. I think we'll see 1 point to Selena Goddard as she eats closer to that target of 21 in this game. Plant must not have been on the backhand side. We see Takapuna take an 18-13 lead now. And the rain certainly impacting proceedings. The pairs appear to have paused. Fours continuing. We'll take a short break while people get themselves organised. Of course, if you do want to check out the full results, they're available on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and website. Full results, it's a pretty comprehensive, cool little spreadsheet thing that Colin put together. It'll show you who's doing what and by how many.
Knew it'd be a good game. This is a bit silly.
As we wait patiently for the singles to continue. It's just squally rain, isn't it? Really, it's gonna go in the not too distant future, and everything will be fine.
That too.
Cool. As we see Selena deliver the jack. Braving the rain, as we see some more results now from around the place. In the men's competition, Elmwood Park, Alexandra, the singles is completed with Scud. Scott winning 21-19 over the reigning men's singles champion Kelvin Scott, so a very good win there. Elmwood Park ahead in the pairs 17-6, but trailing in the fours 15-5. That's interesting. Well, it might be right. If they are, that's huge for Alexandra. As we move on to the next rubber. Between Paratutu and Birkenhead. Paratutu's Darren Gooden defeating Birkenhead's previously undefeated Tony Grantham 21-13 in what looks like a convincing victory there. The pairs are locked at 16 all after 15 ends. And the fours, Paratutu leading 16-6. Of course, Paratutu sitting in a place. I think, what was I going to say? They are sitting in third place, but on 3 match points. And of course, Elmwood Park on 5 and Manurewa Kosi Club on 6. There's the men's leaderboard. Thank you, Colin. As we then move to the Hastings and Manurewa Kosi Club clash, and we see that David Clark has completed his win over Dean Drummond 21-18, so that's the first point on the board in that match. And the pairs, Manurewa Kosi Club winning the pairs 18-17 in what was an incredible game, and losing the fours 11-12 after 13, so that means that by virtue of winning that match, Manurewa has continued their undefeated winning streak. They will now be on 8 match points going into the last round, where they will play Elmwood Park, who are on 5 at the moment. So we could have, yeah, this could be interesting. Can we go back to the Elmwood Park results? So Elmwood Park currently losing they've lost the singles. And if this is to be believed, they're losing the fours convincingly and winning the pairs. So I'd be reasonably comfortable in saying that with Manurewa on 8 points, there'll be a 3-point gap if this is to continue. And they should be the winners of this event. But we'll wait and see what happens in that rubber between Elmwood Park and Alexandra there.
Yes.
Exciting times at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, as we again just have a look at that leaderboard and back to the singles game. And the women's results, of course, which are also almost, well, equally as stressful. We've got Martinborough and Elmwood Park. Mandy Boyd trailing 16-17 in that game. She said, the Elmwood Park women's team have had a forgettable weekend, trailing 6-14 in the pairs and 7-15 in the fours, as Lisa White draws a brilliant bowl there on her backhand, holding 2 now, trailing 13-18 in this singles game. In the Takapuna Naenae match that we can see here on our screen, we can see that the fours, Takapuna is now leading 19-11, and the pairs, we know, are 15-13 to Naenae on this, the penultimate end, and the singles in front of us. So this is a very important match in the context of this event for both Takapuna and Naenae. Takapuna playing Elmwood Park in the next round, and Naenae playing Queenstown. So results in their own hands. As talking of Queenstown, we see the result between Queenstown and Thames Coast, a 21-4 win to the singles player Christine Buchanan. And the pairs completed their win 16-14, and the fours looking like they're going to roll over the top of Thames Coast as well, 17-13, so putting Queenstown into a very strong position going into the last round, where they will play the Naenae Bowling Club representatives. As we see Lisa White here on the backhand holding 1.5, trying to make it more. Just a couple of bonus bowls, should be disappointed with that one, but points on the board.
You still want me on this hand? That jack, is that low?
21, says Selena. And Sue Rossiter will let us know in a second after the centre's measured if it's 1 or 2. No, but certainly some interesting results around the place, and it is looking preliminarily like Manurewa Cozy Club maybe in an extremely strong position going into that last round, then potentially being unbeatable if the Elmwood Park results continue the way that they are going. As the rain begins to ease now, and the jack is delivered. A great bowl there from Lisa White.
No bowl. Just a minute. That blue ball's only that much out. Your level. Under. Well done. Yeah, couple.
And Selena Goddard on the back end. Lovely line here from Selena Goddard, leading 18-13. Well, 18-14. 13-14. 18-14 in this game, I think. So well within checkout range, only got 2 or 3 points to go to get to that 21.
Okay, Del, 3 down.
Lisa on the forehand side, willing this bowl on. Not quite enough, 1 roll away.
You're 1 up.
Yeah, got good lead.
Selena on the back end looking to make it 2 now. On 18 points, it is 21, remember. Make it 2, you sit on 20. It's beginning to add the pressure at that stage. She's got a nice line here, down to the weight. That's good stuff there from Selena Goddard. 2 beautiful bowls. And for Lisa's bowl that sits at 12 o'clock on the screen, that pink bowl, means the line is really tight to play through that split. Lisa's going to have to err on the slightly wider side. This is a hard bowl to play, and it means she can't play full weight. She's more likely to play a run shot at most here, but certainly won't be shy. So we see that gathering of spectators in the background, and Lisa on the backhand side. Here we go. Willing it to turn now. Willing it to turn back into the head. Disappointed with that. And Selena with an opportunity to win this game. Holding 2. She's on 20 points now, folks, as it sits. With an opportunity to win with her last. She's got a 1.5 foot to draw. She's just drawn a side toucher. She'll feel like she can make this happen and finish what has been a great game between Lisa White and Selena Goddard. Or will Lisa breathe again, have another opportunity? We'll find out soon enough. as we see the pairs game. Takapuna's Robin Walker playing with weight.
No. You put one in.
And Selena now with her last bowl of this end. Leading 18-15, holding 2 on the head. Can she make it 3 for the win? She's on the right track here is Selena Goddard. She's given it every chance in the world. She's done it. She's done it there. Beautiful camera work. And 3 to Selena Goddard, winning this match or winning this game. 21 points to 15 in what was a great game, and giving Takapuna a win on the board against Naenae. Which is good because it looks at a glance like Naenae is winning the pairs. 15-13 with a good head here. Robin Walker attempting to change something. A little bit tight. Set for 1. As we sit back, relax and enjoy for a second, a Somerset Retirement Villages ad, and when we return we will be back with the end of the pairs game between Takapuna and Naenae. As we just see, before we move to the Somerset Retirement Villages ad, some highlights from the game. Lovely bowls, they were some agonisingly close. Great bowls. Couple of good results from both players, but really just a great game of bowls between 2 stars of our sport. A good variety of shot play from both. Good stuff. As we see some more of the shot play, some brilliant bowls from both. A good mix of play as well. There was dead draw, run shots. Not many drive shots actually. It's probably the only thing we didn't see in this game. And look at this one. That there is the bowl of the game for me from Selena Goddard. 2 down on the head. Lisa had a toucher. Boom. This one from Lisa White. A little bit unlucky. Played it well. Selena just in fine form. And look at this one to win. Beautiful bowl for 3. Great stuff. As we join the Takapuna Naenae pairs game. At 15-13 to Naenae on the 17th end. Robin Walker, beautiful bowl there from Robin Walker. That's magnificent stuff. What a shot. Is the game finished? Okay, let's see if we can figure out what happened there. May have been a draw. She may have drawn for 2. So we joined that pairs game for the last bowl, and it was a good one to join at 4. A great bowl there from Robin Walker. And once we've ascertained what happened there, we can explain what the situation is. So we know that Selena Takapuna defeated Naenae in the singles And it's looking like Naenae was able to defeat Takapuna in the pairs, so this match is going to come down to the fours. Just some exciting stuff going on around the place. Takapuna winning the fours, 20 points to 11 after 12 ends. So looking like Takapuna may roll over the top of Naenae in this match, which would put them on 6 match points. And Queenstown sitting on 8, and Naenae would stay on 6, which means that the last match between Naenae and Queenstown is a big one. Queenstown with an opportunity to win it outright. If Naenae win that one and Takapuna win their one, it goes to a countback all round. People in the office will be busy typing away and figuring out what does what. So we see a good crowd here in attendance for this, the final day of the 2022 National Interclub Sevens Finals. Of course, feel free to stay with us as we see some replays here. Some highlights of this pairs match that's been going on in the thumbnail at the top right. See some good bowls all round from these players. The green, of course, playing pretty well. A little bit slower than normal due to the rain. Good stuff here. Look at this bowl. Great bowl from Robin Walker. And the same one. So good we got to see it twice. Robin certainly in fine form. She played some very good bowls yesterday for her team and some tight games. And we did see Naenae win that. As we see Robin's last bowl here, drawing the shot, but it wasn't enough. So Naenae winning the pairs, Takapuna winning the singles, and Takapuna ahead in the fours. That's it for me for the moment. Stay tuned though, we'll be back in about an hour's time to bring you the final rounds coverage of this 2022 National Intercentre. And in the meantime, if you want to find out results, go to our website or Facebook page. Have a look, it'll be there. But for now, enjoy your cup of tea and we'll see you back again soon.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know
Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of this, the final round of the 2022 National Interclub Sevens Finals, coming live to you from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And as you can see there in that image, the wind is up a little bit, but looking like nice enough weather and some pretty good bowls. We've got some results from you of the previous rounds to go through, just so that we understand where we're sitting. And you can see there that the Manurewa Cosmopolitan Club is sitting on 8 match points, 9 game points, and Elmwood Park just behind them on 7 match points and 8.5 game points. And then following that up, we've got Paratutu on 5, Birkenhead on 2, Alexandra on 2, and Hastings on 0. And what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that this match that we're going to be following today between the Cosy Club and Elmwood Park is essentially, well, it is for this title, this championship. Winner takes all. If we have a look now at the women's leaderboard after 4 rounds, and the situation there is another tight one. Absolutely nothing between the top 3 teams. Queenstown's on 8 match points. Excuse me. Takapuna's on 6 match points and Naenae's on 6 match points. But what is intriguing about that round is that Queenstown on 8, remember, and Naenae, who are on 6 match points, are playing each other. So the equation is, if Queenstown was to win that match, so 2 out of 3 games, they go home champions. If Naenae was to win that match, they would equal Queenstown on match points, and because they're only half a game point behind, they would be guaranteed at least a 2nd place, depending on what Takapuna, who there is on 6 match points, does. Because if Takapuna can clean sweep Elmwood Park, they'll be in with a chance too. So lots to happen there. We'll keep you up to date, but for now, let's move on to this match that we have in front of us between the Manurewa Cosy Club and Elmwood Park. And what a start there from Kelvin Scott, drawing a toucher, and David Clark on his forehand with good weight too. An exciting couple of days worth of bowls, and I must thank, of course, the greenkeeper Brendan Kelly and his team, and keeping these greens running pretty good, really, considering the amount of rain they've had. We've cut a few games now, and they run nice and true, nice and consistent. A little bit slower than what we're used to at Browns Bay, but that's due to the rain. And the president of Bowls New Zealand, and maybe listening to the commentary, just wandering around. And David Clark here on his forehand, looking to make a correction. This is going to be a great game, ladies and gentlemen. What a bowl there. Brilliant stuff, drawing a front toucher on this, the first end of this game in the race to 21. Winner takes all situation. And the pairs, we can see there is a pairs game going on in that picture-in-picture at the top right, and that is Gary Lawson and Steve Ditfit taking on Shane Drabble and Steve Bicknell. And the fours is off screen a little. David Clark, been around for a long time, won the national pairs in the early noughties with Mike Galloway. Was in the, I think, New Zealand development frame. Also played for counties and Auckland. Of course, in this match between Elmwood Park and Manurewa Cosmopolitan Club, if it is a drawn match, that would be enough for the Cosmopolitan Club to clinch this title. So if they were to win one, lose one and draw one, it would be enough, as they are ahead on match points by 1 over Elmwood Park, 8 match points to 7, and up on game points by half a point as well, as you can see there on the men's leaderboard, with Paratutu on 5, and Birkenhead, Alexandra on 2, and Hastings on 0. Playing off for the minor placings at this event, as we see Kelvin Scott, the reigning men's singles champion, national singles champion, playing with perfect weight, just a bowl narrow, finishing with second shot. And David Clark here with a decision to make already on this, the the first end of this game to 21 points. He's an experienced campaigner. As David, he knows what he's doing. Holding one, and he'll decide what the best way for him to get to is. Lovely delivery, a little bit reminiscent of Sean Scott, who we saw earlier on his backswing. He sort of twists his wrist a little, and he's opted to play his backhand here. You see David Clark following this one up. He's looking to sit through that second shot that you see at 3 o'clock. I like that shot selection from David Clark. It would have been worth a couple. No, 3 actually. And safe enough for him to be narrow because his toucher would have followed the jack into the ditch. And that would have been worth 2 points as well. Not to be though, and we see first blood as a jack gets flown across the screen there at some pace from the pairs. I think we're going to see that a little bit. Yeah, that kill from Shane Drabble, who viewers may recall played in the Manurewa Kites, I think they were called, team on the Bowls 3-5 televised league. Got a lovely delivery, and he's not afraid of using a little bit of weight, is our Shane. And so we may see that weapon pulled out a few times in that pairs match going on to the right of our screen. David Clark starting off with a good bowl there or thereabouts. David's had a good singles run in this event. He won his first game against Alexandra 21-8, and he lost 21-20 to Birkenhead, Tony Grantham's Birkenhead, and then won 21-19 against Paratutu and 21-18 against Hastings. So he's had tight matches all the way through, barring his first one, which was a comfortable win. Conversely, if we have a look at how Kelvin Scott's got on this weekend, he lost his first game to Tony Grantham 17-21. Then he beat Paratutu 21-8. Then he beat Hastings 21-12. And then Alexandra, he lost to Scott 19-21. And what a bowl there from David Clark, drawing a side toucher. So a slightly more mixed bag for Kelvin Scott this weekend. A very experienced campaigner himself, and the current New Zealand singles champion, of course, going to be participating in the World Singles Champion of Champions event that's been held in Naenae next week. And we wish him all the best for that as our New Zealand representative alongside Taylor Bruce for the women. And Kelvin here looking to play with 3 or 4 feet of weight up on that front bowl or underneath it. He's possibly slightly underplayed that, I think. David Clark on the back end. That's a sign of confidence when they go. A player plays close to the head when they have a side toucher, as he knows he's going to keep his line right. He didn't miss wide, and Kelvin on the back end. Every chance there from Kelvin too. That was a better played bowl. David Clark now opting for his backhand side. And finishing in an okay spot, really. Like if your bowler's going to stop short, that's a good place for it to stop, because it's forced Kelvin into using more weight if he's going directly at it. I think that's what we'll see onto that front white bowl. Maybe on his forehand. It's hard to tell with Kelvin's delivery. I think he's lining up on his forehand side, backhand side. I'm going to get that wrong a lot today. And Kelvin just opting more for the dead draw at this early stage. And why would you not when you can draw like that? If it sits down, it could do something. Great effort there from Kelvin Scott. Couldn't have done much more, but not enough. And we see another point there to David Clark. these early stages of the game, taking a 2-0 lead. We saw the National Intercenter played a few weeks ago at the same venue, and it came down to the last round as well. And in that case, it was Auckland versus Wellington. And Mike Galloway was able to defeat Seamus Curtin in incredible circumstances. I think the marker, I think Sue Rossiter attempted to deliver the jack straight down the rink, and it came out the side of her hand there. We saw people run across the side. Means that David Clark obviously overthrew the jack, and Kelvin Scott getting to dictate his terms. Jack straighten up. Great bowl there from David Clark, and already showing some pretty good form. Kelvin Scott on the back end too. Great stuff here from these two players. Look at this. This is incredible. In 3, and they've put 2 bowls within a few inches, and David Clark will be doing the same thing. How's his weight here from David Clark? Oh, nearly good. As you see, Kelvin Scott's delivery, very smooth. But his feet do point in the almost the opposite direction. When you talk to him about it, he doesn't know he's doing it, and it doesn't make any difference because his arm is following through at the right angle. But as a commentator, when you glance at someone's feet, you expect them to be pointing in the direction that they're going to play a bowl. It can be quite confusing, and I don't take much to get confused, so I'm not a fan. As we see David Clark draw a bowl to the 2 metre. That's probably the weight he was looking for, just 2 or 3 feet tighter than that. Resting on the bowl or the jack would have been good, and I'm sure that Kelvin Scott is on his forehand this time. And we watch this bowl. How's this weight from Kelvin Scott? Brett pointed out yesterday, and he was right, that the players from down south, Elmwood Park ones, will be used to quicker greens than what we have here today. Although I do note that the bowls aren't leaving as clear a mark as they were. David Clark here on his backhand this time, made a correction, willing the bowl to hold up, get that jack. Well, that wasn't far away. He's just agonisingly narrow. What? An 1/8 of a jack narrow, 1/16 of a jack narrow. Moving it, but not in the right direction. And Kelvin Scott with the bowl's width to draw second shot here. So we see some of the Browns Bay stalwarts. That guy in the back right organised a lot of ham tournaments here. Did a great job. Kelvin Scott on the forehand, and that was Frank, the one in the back. He's been a member of Browns Bay Bowling Club for a long time, organised an annual ham tournament here, which was supported by a lot of players. Used to fill the greens up, still does, I think. Great event. He did a great job as we see Kelvin deliver the jack. We look just quickly at the Piers game going on in the thumbnail. It's good leading from Ditfit, as we see the good line from the first 2 bowls of the Manurewa lead, but struggling with the weight a little bit.
Good result, mate.
And Kelvin Scott on his backhand. course, the Manurewa team, a pretty cool mix. Very much a club team. We've got David Clark, who's been around for a long time and won national titles, national honours, and Shane Drabble and Steve Bicknell, who've won a number of centre titles and are known to television viewers, but also Bryn Morgan, Logan Clark playing 3 for him, Rio Bond and David Parker making up the 4s team. Cool to see. The Elmwood Park team as well, star-studded. Kelvin Scott in the singles, Gary Lawson and Steve Ditfit in the pairs. And then Lance Pascoe, Nathan Glassam, Liam Ethorn and Ricky Cook in the 4s. Lance Pascoe in pretty good form, having won the Nelson Spates Premier 4s a week or 2 ago now. And Kelvin Scott here playing a pretty good bowl. That's nice weight right in the area.
Very close, but I think it just does. Yeah.
See this bowl, David Clark's. Who would have wanted to make a better correction. Kelvin Scott obviously doesn't like using a hat. Instead he uses his hand. Oh no, he has got a hat. He was putting his hand up as well. Okay, so he needs a hat with a longer brim is what we're saying. And that bowl coming to the head. Pressure here now on from Kelvin Scott. He's holding 4. David Clark will expect himself to draw the shot here. He's got room, but he is under that pressure. On his backhand side. Watch this bowl here. He's not far away. Cool, calm and collected is David Clark. Willing it to get down onto the jack and following it through as well. If he doesn't have the shot, I got no words. It's Frank with his cup of tea in the background watching. Yep, 1 to Manurewa, Cozy Club there. Well done, David Clark. That was a good bowl under pressure early on in this game from Kelvin Scott, but rising to it and now leading this race to 21, 3 points to 1. Certainly no stranger to success, although he did take a break from the game. Did David Clark.
Sure, which one?
And his son now playing as well. You may have heard me say Logan Clark, that's David Clark's son, and playing 3 in the 4. And cool to see him taking after his father and playing some good bowls. He's got good teachers. A good shot there from David.
5 sets of bowls and play at once and be done with it.
One is it? One.
And Kelvin here on the backhand. Oh, good try. Here we go. Kelvin on its backhand side. A good shot there. Both setting into their work well early on. I think Kelvin perhaps on the very slight edge on David Clark. We saw him put David under a bit of pressure in that previous end. David billing this bowl back in here. If he's got the weight, he's okay. Willing it on, not to be. Agonisingly short there. Kelvin Scott now chasing after his third bowl. We'll see this happen more as the game progresses, I suspect, and as it becomes clear what's happening in the other matches. The fours will be interesting because we saw in the previous round Elmwood Park's fours team with a pretty convincing 23-6 win over Alexandra.
Very close for third.
The Manurewa Kosi Club four have had a reasonable weekend as well, really. They won 14-12 against Hastings. They lost 16-14 against Paratutu. They won 19-13 against Birkenhead, and they won 11-10 against Alexandra. And I suppose if we think that the Manurewa Kosi Club won 11-10 against Alexandra and Elmwood Park won 23-6, Elmwood Park will be feeling okay going into that match, as we see David Clark here on the probe looking for jack movement. Not to be. A bowl wide, and Kelvin Scott's second shot at 6 o'clock's actually set down for some reason. I think David is probably going to drop a 3 here. He was maybe half a bowl wider than he would have liked, although he could have got a good result. To see the weight he played was enough that he made sure that if he hit one of those white bowls, it was going in the count and then back out again. Kelvin Scott lining up on his backhand side. Resplendent in his Elmwood Park Saints bowling shirt. Don't move the jack, Kelvin. Oh, that's the sort of shot that you rue. He played a good bowl. He drew the jack, but he's actually moved it 8 inches to our left, and I think based on that camera angle, may have cut it down from 2 to 1, and he was drawing for 3. And at the end of the day, when you get to the end of these games and you've lost 21-20 or 19-21, those are the shots that you think, gee, that was a bit unlucky. One. And yeah, but unlucky there from Kelvin. And we see that little head shake. He did play a good bowl. Was a bit stiff to move the jack, and scoring nonetheless. Here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and some good sportsmanship from both these players. They will have come across each other a lot of times. Still playing at the top of their game. So you see a spectator on the left. Don't know how David is staying crouching so long. It would hurt my legs. We see Kelvin here on the backhand side with his first bowl, throwing a long one, finishing 3 or 4 feet past. That's okay. David will be disappointed with that. That last bowl, the first bowl of his. Singles becomes easier if your first two bowls can be effective. And that's what Kelvin Scott is so good at doing with his first two bowls is put them in effective spaces. Look at even those two is a reasonably good example. He's got one close one a little bit past. If the jack moves back, that bowl that he's got past with his first is likely to be effective, where as David's first bowl, he fell a little bit short. He's forced himself to switch to his forehand side. So his first two bowls, they don't win a game, but they do certainly help a lot. That one died in the rough a little bit as well. Dave will be disappointed with that. We see Kelvin here definitely lining up on his forehand side. The fair effort, just getting bogged there. David Clark here in some difficulty, I would say. It is early in the game, he's 3-2 up, but this head is developing not well. Kelvin Scott just looking to keep applying the pressure. Just sort of a wave of the arms there. I think perhaps a couple of feet outside of the line. Gets into unplayed territory, it slows down and stays out. And David Clark with a decision to make. I wonder, the way he's lining up, it looks like he's going to play with some weight to this. That is the case. He's looking for both bowls or the jack. He's very close here. He's got the jack. What a shot there from David Clark. Gutsed it into the ditch. The jack bouncing back but staying on. And a very good bowl from David Clark. And that's the sort of stuff that shows you how confident he is feeling, even under pressure over this weekend, and a good bowl. 4-2 to David Clark. As we see a replay of that shot. Look at this, it's absolutely perfect. He was looking for the jack. The bowl wasn't as good because he was two down, so jack was really the call. Gutsed it absolutely square. Beautiful shot there, David Clark. Taking a 4-1 lead. I think that's another Clark in the background, the back left. David's first bowl, couple of feet past, good shot. Kelvin Scott on the back end as well. And that's the second bowl we've seen of Kelvin Scott's that's got bogged out wide. Interesting times. We will keep an eye on the rest of this match too, because it is a winner-take-all situation. Well, essentially a winner-take-all situation, a winner or a draw really. You need the 2 out of 3 or 1.5 out of 3 if you're Manurewa. Good bowl there by David Clark, stacking it in nicely, doing to Kelvin what Kelvin did to him on the previous end, and Kelvin switching to the forehand side now. Nope. No, he's not. He's still playing his backhand. I have to have a chat with him. Maybe he should have switched to his forehand. He'll be disappointed with that bowl on a good line, but just a little bit shy. Good thing about singles is you got the two bowls to salvage at the end of the end, the third and the fourth bowl. And whilst it's lovely to have your first two be effective, as we've seen both Kelvin and Dave do, they're more than capable of playing effective third and fourth bowls. And we've got some updates for you from around the tracks, as we see And the men's, Hastings 13-4 up against Birkenhead, Tony Grantham. 2-3 down in the pairs and 5-1 up in the fours. As we see, just quickly, I'll just wait until this end's finished before I continue with the results, because we've got an end building here where David Clark, he was under pressure on the previous end, put the jack in the ditch for one, and is now led off. He's put 4 bowls. If this one gets in right within cooey of the jack, this could be an incredible end here for David Clark. He's holding 4. Let's see what Kelvin Scott, the reigning New Zealand men's singles champion, can do about this. On his forehand, 4 down, under huge pressure. Here we go, Kelvin Scott. Has he reached the head? Has he made it? Look at this beautiful line. When's it going to break? That is absolutely brilliant stuff from Kelvin Scott. It doesn't matter if he's 1 down. He was 4 down. His closest bowl was about 20 metres away. That was absolutely brilliant. I've exaggerated slightly with the meterage, but good stuff there from Kelvin Scott. And if we look to the bottom right of our screen, we can see the results at the moment. Still very early days. The fours, Manurewa Kosi Club leading 3-1, and the pairs, Elmwood Park leading 3-0. And the singles we can see is 5-2 to David Clark in this race to 21 points. Other men's results, Paratutu and Alexandra. Paratutu with half a chance of getting up for second place, although no one, the only team that can win is either Manurewa or Elmwood Park, but Paratutu 6-0 up in the singles against Alexandra, 4-2 up in the pairs and 4-3 up in the fours. They've gone well this weekend. It's a good, strong, pretty young team there from Taranaki. They fundraised to help themselves get here and have made a good showing of themselves. And Kelvin Scott still going a little bit awry here with his bowls. David Clark will have a little sniff. We spoke about it yesterday. Players of this class don't usually have multiple ends in a row where they're struggling. So if it does turn up and you get a couple of opportunities to try and score numbers, you have to take them as well as you can. As we see some women's results coming through now. Remember the women's one. There's 3 teams that could win there. It's either Takapuna, Naenae or Queenstown. As we just have a nosy at this, the result between Martinborough and Thames Coast, who are sitting 5th and 6th place respectively. Thames leading 5-2 in the singles, trailing 1-4 in the pairs and leading 3-2 in the fours. You can also see, and this is one of the big matches of this round, Queenstown can get away with a draw as well. So if Queenstown draw this match or win this match, they go home champions, and they currently trail 3-4 in the singles. Christine Buchanan to Lisa White trails 3-4 in the singles, leads 4-0 in the pairs and trails 0-2 in the fours. So far too early to call anything there. But yes, if Queenstown win that or draw it, they go through winners. And we see here Takapuna, and Elmwood Park, another big matchup. Now Elmwood Park have had a very forgettable weekend, but an opportunity to spoil Takapuna's weekend. Takapuna sitting in 2nd place as it sits on 6 match points, winning the singles 10 points to 2. That's Lena Goddard over Mandy Boyd. 3-all on the pairs and 8-2 up in the fours. So all Takapuna can do is try and win that match and pray to their gods that Naenae defeat Queenstown, and then it comes to a countback situation. And I think if Takapuna can get 2 wins out of 3 and Naenae get 2 wins out of 3, Takapuna might sneak in, but far too early to call stuff like that. So interesting times nonetheless as we just go back to this game here, and we'll keep you up to date as the day progresses. But some interesting stuff going on, and David Clark holding 2.
Yes.
Says Sue Rossiter. Yes, you are 2 down, Kelvin. Kelvin on his backhand, I'm going to say, with weight. It's a lot of weight from Kelvin Scott. If it swings enough, he's got them both. Well, it was a result. I would say he was half a bowl wide, and you take that sort of result when you can. He'll be happy with it. Cheering smile. I enjoy the as you see this, so he was looking for the 2 blues. He was there, connected there. That was brilliant pausing, whoever did that. Maybe half a bowl wide of his target, but got a good result. Great stuff. And we see Kelvin lead off now, looking to settle down. On the backhand. Yeah, good line. Very good bowl there from Kelvin Scott. As we see David Clark look to follow him down now. Remember, if you want to check out all the full results, they're available on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page. There's a nice spreadsheet for the men's and the women's as David Clark doesn't quite draw a toucher, but pretty good bowl. And also, I would implore you, if you are watching this, well, you are watching this, and you are not subscribed, please press the subscribe button and subscribe to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel and click the little bell. There's a little bell to click, and then you get notified when we go live for these events. And we've got a lot of events to go live for in the upcoming Summer of Bowls calendar. As we kick into gear, there's plenty of stuff left, right and centre. There's the World Champion and Champion Singles, of course, next week, but we've got national events coming up and regional events that we're covering as well. So plenty of bowls to watch this summer. Make sure you're subscribed and then you won't miss out. As we see David Clark here holding 1. I think he'll be looking to draw 2, but we're just watching that bowl drift a little bit, and we've seen that a few times with players going no more than a foot wider than what they're aiming, but certainly getting pulled out, possibly a result of getting caught a little bit in the rough in the unplayed territory. Kelvin Scott on his backhand. The Elmwood Park Saints, they were called when they were part of Bowls 3-5, and of course the Manurewa Cosmopolitan Club was also in the Bowls 3-5 televised league. So no stranger to stressful situations, either of these teams. And David opting to play his forehand side, still looking to draw. He's turned that white ball of Kelvin's at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock on your screen into his jack, and that weight, if we look at it, absolutely perfect for essentially a back toucher, as was the weight of his second bowl, and both of them have missed 4 feet wide, one hand apiece. And Kelvin willing this one to hold now, willing it to hold. Beautiful weight. I think we see, if we were to compare and contrast these two players, they've got very similar first and second bowl tactics. They both are very capable of essentially putting 2 bowls next to each other. But Kelvin is more likely to go for a metre on or 2 metres on with his third and fourth bowl, whereas I think David backs his quicker runner for his third and fourth bowl. As we see him there, that's not surprising. Beautiful stuff there from David Clark. All 4 of his bowls perfect weight. It was just about finding the green and picking up 2 more there. David Clark going to a 7-3 lead now in this race at 21. And a good start for the man from Manurewa Cosmopolitan Club. On the backhand, out beautifully smooth there on a shorter length. And I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but he's played a good first bowl nonetheless, just throwing that shorter jack. And Kelvin Scott lining up on his forehand. Lovely weight. Good to hear some excitement from around the greens. It's great to have these ground microphones, and some players and markers mic'd up at our events nowadays. It gives us an insight into what's happening on the green, and you can hear the sound of bowls clacking together and some excitement happening. It's always interesting. If you can always hear it. You can hear a cracked bowl, which doesn't happen that much, but they sound quite hollow, cracked bowls. Kelvin Scott on the forehand side, beautiful line. Now he just waits patiently. That's good stuff from Kelvin. He'll be happy with that bowl. It's a very good correction from his first one. And forces David to have to play a really good third bowl. David won't mind if he's heavy here and give himself an opportunity with his fourth bowl to play with some positivity. Even he's pushed it wide, but he was probably looking to draw to the centre line, maybe 3 or 4 feet past the jack, so that he could then cannon Kelvin's bowl out by playing on to his bowl that is touching Kelvin's one. It's not going to happen. Kelvin on the forehand, just looking to stack it up now. It's a scoring opportunity for him. He's underplayed this. Now you will it to pause. David will have a look to see if he can softly cannon out Kelvin's bowl, because this bowl's touching the white one. So if he played 3 or 4 feet over through the blue bowl at 1 o'clock, yes, it would move, but his collision bowl would hang around, the white one might move. There are chances there, but he will have in mind that he doesn't really have third shot. So it's a toss-up for Dave whether he just plays a draw shot or if he plays a little bit reachy. I'm not sure which one he's going to go for. I think he'll probably err on the side of caution perhaps. And if he does play it, might be playing that much overweight. Yeah, that's what David's doing. Looking just to cannon that white ball out. He's given himself every chance here. Erring on the side of caution. Good bowl. That's a good bowl there from David Clark. He would have, been pleased if he had maybe a foot more weight. A foot more weight would have shunted that blue bowl in for first shot, but a good shot nonetheless. Well played, and Kelvin Scott using the tried and true finger measure system that appears to work. And if he's one down himself, if we have a look at that head, there are no back bowls for David Clark. So Kelvin will surely be tempted into having a nibble. David has stolen Kelvin. No, he's going to give his bowl. I'd throw it away. So Kelvin will make a shot selection depending on if he's up or down. If he's down, safe enough to have a nibble at this and opting for his backhand. Moving to his right. Here we go. Kelvin Scott on the probe, on his backhand side, looking for a number here. He's very close as Kelvin Scott. Has he got the... He's got it. That is absolute brilliance. Magnificent. Couldn't have played that better if he'd tried to. Fantastic stuff. I've got no more superlatives to say about that. 2 there to Kelvin Scott, replacing David Clark's bowl as clean as a whistle. As we watch that bowl again, it's worth watching again. Look at this, look at this. As we see, he just needs to get that shot bowl at 1 o'clock. Absolutely there, perfect. Brilliant. Oh, well, I did have some superlatives left. As we see, 2 there to Kelvin Scott. So tightening it back up, 5-7 now. And good stuff.
Wait for the bowl a bit, so under the white, and if you snag the white, you could end up in the ditch with it, mate.
Some attacking play on the pairs. If we look at the thumbnail, the lead's just been called to go bowl or jack. Don't bother looking. And we'll go back to this, the Kelvin Scott, David Clark game. Great bowl there from Kelvin. It's going to be a tight one all the way, I feel, this one. David Clark on his backhand side. How's his weight? It's perfect line. That's really good stuff there. Probably the best first two bowls we've seen in some time. These players have been playing well, but they've been sort of, one of them has always been correcting with their first two over the last 4 or 5 ends. Sub again saying very close. A decisive marker. I would say it's one to Kelvin at a glance. As we watch this, as he tries to make it 2, and I think he's done so. Nope. Well, he should have made it. I don't know. I got no more comment. It was a fair effort, as we see David have a smile there. Shane Drabble murdering the jack. Murdering it on the adjacent pairs rink, and there's going to be lots of that happening there. As we see David Clark switch to his forehand side. How's the weight from Kelvin Scott? Not quite, but he has forced that. Oh, it'll be tempting to switch back to the backhand here for David Clark, and that's what he's done. Close here from David Clark. Stay with the jack, he says. Don't sit down, he says. Oh, got away with that one. Sometimes if it sits down like that bowl did, the jack springs across and you end up dropping one, but a great bowl there from David Clark. Kelvin Scott makes his way back to the mat end. Probably one down on the head, I suspect, here. See one of the Nathans, Birkenhead players walking past. Kelvin Scott on his backhand. Again looking to sit through David Clark's bowl. It was an attempt at a rinse and repeat of the previous end. Not to be in this case. If you look at the weight, it was enough to roll it 3 or 4 rolls. There must be a bowl size gap between the white you can see at 9 o'clock and the white you can see at 3. And David Clark actually safe enough to draw a second shot on his backhand because his bowl is a little bit low of the jack. So there's no real path to move the jack for David. And also safe enough to draw it on his forehand, which he's doing. Well, slightly less safe, but you get my drift. And he's opted to play it nice and wide. He may have even just been practicing the bowl past. Always reticent to waste a bowl, even if you think there are some heads you look at and you think, well, I actually can't improve that, or I don't want to play my bowl. It's never a silly idea to play a practice bowl to the tee or to the ditch or to the draw a block across the head or something, as we see David Clark score a point, go 8 points to 5 in front in this race to 21. Still anybody's game at this point. And the Peers, a 5-point lead to Elmwood Park. So they're beginning to edge in front on this, the 6th end. And we see David Clark play a bowl he'd rather forget with his first one here. And Kelvin Scott opting for the other hand. We haven't even seen, I don't think, a side of the rink favoured by players yet. They sort seem to be chopping and changing. Yesterday it was the hand to the left as we see it here. That appeared to be favoured by players. Today it's been more 50-50. I think both hands play well enough. Kelvin Scott short on that occasion, and David Clark looking to make a correction here. On the back end. I'd be disappointed with that bowl. We see David Clark make a good correction here. That's better stuff there from David Clark. Sitting with 2. Clean run here is needed for, that's brilliant stuff from Kelvin Scott. What a bowl. It's hard to explain how difficult that is, particularly considering the first 2 average bowls. And drawing the shot, and David Clark now having a look at the head, opting to play his forehand. Are we going to see weight here? Driving the bowl or the jack? I think we are. Here comes some weight. He's already got the jack in the ditch once. David on the forehand side, willingness to turn in. He's not far away from chipping the white out, but not to be. A bowl wide. Very controlled weight there from David Clark.
That's 1 to Elmwood.
Help. Well done, mate. Very good.
I see Kelvin with an opportunity. To add a second shot. And he's done so. The bowl. And it looks like the game has been completed based on the fact that Tony Grantham is in the background. I think he's probably finished his singles game. Of course, Birkenhead essentially out of contention, as the only team that can win is either Elmwood Park or Manurewa. The very colourful Browns Bay Bowling Club shirts, able to be seen a little bit around the place. I think they're the orange ones. on the back end. Yep, finish in a good space there. David Clark, that's the way to miss with your first bowl. Great shot, good bowls. Really good stuff here from Kelvin Scott. It's been quite seesawy this game. Not far away. Yeah, good bowl there from David Clark. Kelvin Scott holding 2, looking to make it 3. Trailing 7-8 in this race to 21. Good bowl, great bowl there from Kelvin Scott, stacking the head up nicely. Good thing for David Clark as he's got a back bowl and another back bowl. So just play this one with a bit of confidence on his backhand side. Not a million miles away. And Kelvin on the back end as I'm joined in commentary by Mr. Brett O'Reilly.
Thank you, Alex, for holding the fort. I'm pleased to report that my meeting with the Chinese community went well, and there may be a forthcoming announcement about a Chinese national team playing in a series in New Zealand, but let's focus on the National Interclub for today.
Brilliant, that's good. It sounds like it's positive stuff, and we've had an interesting start. Brett, I was explaining before that this clash is essentially for the winner of the National Interclub for the men's. The only 2 teams that can possibly win it are Manurewa Kosi or Elmwood Park. If the Kosi Club get, as we see David Clark, just a bit narrow there, if the Kosi Club draw or win, they win. And if Elmwood Park wins, they win. Whereas the women's situation is a little bit more complicated, with Takapuna needing to, I think if they clean sweep or get 2 out of 3 against Elmwood, they then pray to all their gods that Naenae defeats Queenstown. They should be in with half a chance on a count back, I reckon.
Wow, well, you know, like the National Intercentre recently played also here at the Browns Bay Club, it comes down to the wire. It's one of the great things about this round-robin format. The mathematicians will be out in force making sure that everybody's calculation is right, but what a great finish to what's been a fantastic weekend of bowls in this last round.
Absolutely.
And Kelvin Scott, I'm going to be seeing a fair bit of him over the next couple of weeks, because next weekend we have the World Champion of Champions singles taking place at the Naenae Bowling Club, and as the World Bowls Regional Director for Oceania, that's in my patch, so I'm going to be spending a fair bit of time next weekend and the weekend after down at Naenae, working with you and the Bowls New Zealand team. Bowls New Zealand won the rights to host the World Champion of Champion event both this season and next year, and of course the representatives in that event are the singles champions from the nations around the world, and Kelvin Scott will be representing New Zealand along with Taylor Bruce, both from Christchurch. Taylor not participating in this event, but Kelvin's obviously been in fine form, and really looking forward to that event. I think it'll be pretty hard to head off, as we can see from his form today, but of course it takes nothing away from David Clark, who's a really proven performer at this level. You know, really the talisman player for this Manurewa Cosmopolitan team. His son Logan playing third in the fours in that team, and David's just such a great guy and a great competitor, and just brings that spirit with him into this event. And at 9-8, nothing in it, Alex.
No, certainly it's been a close game, nip and tuck all the way. Just when you think one player is starting to get a little bit of a run of form and putting bowls close, the other player comes up. We've seen good third and fourth bowls from both of them, so I expect to see this one run really close as we see David Clark having a little probe. I was saying earlier, Brett, that I think if I was to pick a difference between these two players, I think they've got very similar first and second bowls. I feel that David Clark tends to be slightly more attacking with his third and fourth, whereas Kelvin Scott will stay just that metre over, reaching through the head.
Yeah, I think that's a really good assessment. I mean, a lot of David's success has come playing in the back end of teams. He's been a very successful skip. Viewers may recall him in the Bowls 3-5, where Manurewa were part of that, and he's been a regular skip in that county's Manukau team. And so, so he'll play more of those attacking weighted shots. Kelvin Scott, much more of an engine room player, typically always been leading two in most of the big teams he's played in. Of course, has the ability to skip, but he really relies on his draw game and really just on playing with very consistent weight. And there you see the disadvantage of David's approach. That is, when you're inaccurate, your bowl tends to not be in a position to count. Where Kelvin will tend to play with just no more than sort of a metre to a couple of metres of weight, and that's why he's been successful. We remember him winning the national national singles title in Christchurch, but he also made if I remember rightly, the semi-finals of those pairs, skipping Barry Williams, and so he's a very effective player, very cool customer, and great to see him recently added to that New Zealand high performance squad. He brings a real solidity to any team that he's in.
Absolutely.
I think I was talking to him recently. His first national singles title was in the 1990s. He beat Morris Symes at Naenae Bowling Club in that final of the national singles. So it was a long time between drinks winning it in Christchurch, but he's been in a number of national finals, a Peers final with Philip Skoglund. He's been in a number of fours finals with Mike Kernahan, and I think and also been successful in some others. So so he's just a proven campaigner, as is David Clark. So you don't get many better singles games than this with two players who've been around a long time, but just have a career of winning major titles.
Absolutely, they will have had 20, 30, 40 years experience each, not between them. So some good bowls for sure.
And we see in the pairs, Gary Lawson, who's playing with Stephen Ditford. They've been regularly a pair that's featured in these national interclub events, and certainly a national intercentre when both were playing for Canterbury. And they're up against Shane Drabble and Steve Bicknell, and it's Gary Lawson and Steve Ditford that have got off to a pretty good start. I think we might call that a flyer. Even though they haven't scored a lot on each end, they've certainly dominated to date. And at 9-1, that's a pretty handy early lead, and we can see Stephen Ditford draw a good shot there.
Neville Hill in the background watching on, of the the coach selector of the recently successful Auckland men's intercentre team.
Yes, and the patriarch of another bowling dynasty, the Hill family. Actually, it started with Neville's father-in-law, Peter Hamlin, in the Hawke's Bay. But Neville, a New Zealand player, and still plays a mean bowl. His son Jamie, a New Zealand representative. Kirsty, his daughter, also a very handy intercentre player for Auckland. And now seeing both Jamie's son Ryan and particularly Kirsty's son Liam really featuring. Liam recently beaten in the semi-finals of the Burnside under-26 singles. I think still at the tender age of 14 years old, I think.
Something like that. He made the semi-final of the Auckland singles as well last year, the Open singles.
So here's a good bowl from David Clark. He's holding 2 here, and just looking to get back on track. He after what he'd probably consider was a bit of a wayward last end.
Yeah,
with a couple of little run shots.
certainly. And if we look at the pairs match in that inset, certainly Ditfit leading very well in that game. And if that continues, it's hard to see a road back for Manurewa. Although won't be without fair effort. We've seen Bicknell kill, I think, 2 or 3 ends already in that match, and he's a very capable bowler.
Yes, Stephen Ditford probably recognised as one of the best pairs leads in New Zealand. He's not a name that everyone will know, but he's played at this level for a long time, and certainly built up a pretty formidable track record in pairs. It's probably his specialist position. Currently, he's actually playing out of one of my old clubs, the Central Petone Club, or Petone Central, as I think they call themselves now. They merged with the Petone Club. I used to started my bowls in 1978 at the Central Bowling Club a little while ago, and Stephen actually works for Gary Lawson. He's part of Gary's company that deal with hazardous waste disposal, as does Lance Pascoe, who's skipping the fours for Elmwood Park. So both a bowling and professional connection with these guys.
He's wide, Brett.
Yep, that is a very unusual bowl from Kelvin Scott, because as we talked about earlier, you'd normally see Kelvin just play with weight there, but that's probably a demonstration of just maybe a little bit of frustration. It's not an easy surface to play on this, with all the moisture we've had. The green's very true, but it's just a little trickier in these conditions. And so David Clark, and that's the sign of experience, cashing in. And I think we might see a big turnaround here, Alex.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, will Dave?
Yep, 4 shots to Manurewa. And so right back in this now. And yeah, that was really very uncharacteristic of Kelvin Scott.
Maybe the sign of a little bit of, well, I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, this is our 5th round. Everyone on these 2 teams will know that it's a winner-take-all situation. There's not going to be a lack of pressure. And David put 4 good bowls together there.
He sure did. I see he's opted for a slightly shorter end here. Not unusual for David. I've played against him a lot over the years, and I think he's pretty confident on the shorter length.
It's very much a touch bowler, isn't he? So he would enjoy very quick greens, and the short lengths do a similar sort of thing. It's fingertip weight.
Absolutely, and counties, of course, historically have had some pretty high quality greens at Papakura, Manurewa, and so David, well used to playing on those sort of tracks. Also a former Auckland representative, started his bowls on the Auckland Centre, and achieved quite a bit of success playing with great players like Mike Galloway, George Shaw, in the early part of his career, and now has forged a name for himself playing for Counties Manukau. So just a bit short and wide on that hand. We've seen over the course of the last 2 days, you just can't get too wide on that hand, and in that case, not a counting bowl for David.
Yeah, he will have known the moment to let it go, as will Kelvin with this bowl, that they're not going to be effective bowls. We see it fighting the bias there a little bit on its track down from Kelvin Scott. I think it is, you just go that foot outside of the played track and you're going to get caught in the rough.
Yeah, and you're a little bit exposed here with the breeze, having just recently been outside. It's not terribly windy, but it can nevertheless be tricky. And there you can see David's bowl just holding there with that breeze, that southwesterly that's coming across from right to left. And yeah, this is certainly one of the looser ends that we've seen from the guys.
Look at that. Interesting stuff.
And you can see the frustration from the players. and just not seeing those bowls coming back.
And then they have to make a decision. Ordinarily, when it's gusty, you just try and take a similar green, and in fact, the gusts to have gone away by the time your bowl's going up the rink.
Indeed.
As we see David Clark here on his forehand. He's made a correction though. And look at this, it's still trekking out.
Yep.
Now down to his weight.
He's judged it pretty well, but I don't think he's quite going to reach. Might be in a measure. I'd probably favour Kelvin's bowl. Kelvin's asking the marker. So Rossiter says no, just one.
I wonder what weight we'll see from Kelvin here, given that we've seen him play one pretty heavy run shot that went awry. He's got all the position at the back, one down on the head.
Looks like he's on his backhand. Yes, he is. Always a bit hard to tell with
Oh,
Kelvin.
I've made a few mistakes today.
And he's just looking to punch off his own bowl.
That's more the weight that we're used to seeing from Kelvin, isn't it? That
Absolutely.
sort of reaching weight there.
Yeah, that's definitely his bread and butter shot, that sort of controlled weight bowl. And as you can see, they'll be very fierce rivals, but as is often the case in our bowling fraternity, people are good mates. We've known each other for a long time.
Absolutely, as we see, and as well, it's hinted because these people at the back, Birkenhead and Hastings, have played a half match and called it a day.
Yes, I can see Neil Barron, Murray Glassy, Dwayne Cameron and Damon Pearson there.
Yeah.
And so they've obviously decided that their result can't make a difference to the final standing, so they're actually going to enjoy watching this fascinating contest between Elmwood Park and Manurewa.
That's correct, and if you look at the bottom right of the screen, we can see there the final scores, if anyone's interested. 15-7 to Dean Drummond, 8-9 down in the pairs, went Hastings, and won the fours 13-8. I think we've got some other scores from around the traps coming up as well. Brett?
So we can see at this stage Manurewa Cosmopolitan are in the box seat to win this National Interclub, leading the singles now 13-10. They're behind in the pairs, Gary Lawson leading Shane Drabble 9-1. But that Bryn Morgan 4 that's played some pretty consistent bowls, leading Lance Pascoe 7-4. So
yeah, what's fascinating about that for me is if we look at the fours, Elmwood Park played Alexandra in the previous round, beating 23-6. When Manurewa played Alexandra in the fours, they defeated them 11-10. So going into this round, I dare say that Elmwood Park may have gone in with an ounce or two of confidence going into that fours game, but certainly very close at the moment, and it's just why we love this game of bowls.
And there is a difference in speed and conditions across the three greens here at Browns Bay, and you know, this is probably the slowest of the three greens, and so naturally there's a bit of adaptation to be done around that. We see in the game between Paratutu and Alexandra, Paratutu lying in third place and Alexandra in fifth. And in that game, Darren Gooden is leading Sean Scott 16-11. Trevor Drake and his partner Lindsay Thomas not having such a good day against Hamish Karpe and Darryl Reid. They're trailing 3-17. And it's the Adam Collins skipped Paratutu 4 that's leading Martin Geary by 9 shots to 6.
And for those mathematicians out there, if Paratutu continues and wins 3-zip and Elmwood were to lose this match, Paratutu would leapfrog them and finish second place in this National Interclub, which would be a great result for that
Yes,
club.
and you know, and there's so much prestige attached to this event. You know, these teams, if they've got a chance of finishing in the top three, they'll be working hard all the way through to try and make that spot. This end again, Kelvin just uncharacteristically struggling with line on this hand. A measure for shot. See David Clark's played with much better line, but just has not been able to quite find the length of the jack. Next door, it looks like a significant number of shots to Elmwood Park, so they're going further ahead.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the fours and the singles by early indications.
Absolutely. In the battle of the fifth and sixth teams at the moment, Martinborough are playing Thames Coast. Rosanna Murawai leading Val Matthews 12-10 in the singles. Micaiah Campbell and Wilson leading the Thames combination of Val Finlay and Chrissy Pears by 8-4. And it's Kay Bunn and her team from Thames Coast leading the Martinborough 4 skip by Tanya Wheeler 9-2. So they're playing for pride, and that's a good thing. Now in the all-important Queenstown clash, and wow, it's this is close. So we've got Naenae, Lisa White's leading Christine Buchanan 12-8. All square in the pairs between Wendy Mackey and the Queenstown pair skipped by Margaret O'Connor. And in the fours, couldn't be closer. Well, I suppose it could be even.
By one.
But 7-6, we have the Queenstown team being skipped by Jane Anderson, leading Lillian Renata. So very tight in that game, and we're going to keep it. We'll keep a close eye on the scores in that women's interclub.
Yeah, and again, for those watching, if Queenstown wins that match, they win the interclub. If they draw that match, they win the interclub. If they don't draw that match, then it comes down to anyone's guess as we see this here, Brett.
Here's the other permutation. So it's Takapuna currently lying in second place. So we've got Selena Goddard out to a 17-9 lead against Mandy Boyd. The pairs, Robin Walker against Bev Morrell, that's all locked up at 7-all after 9 ends. And in the fours, it's Takapuna with a handy lead. That's the Lisa Dixon skipped 4, leading the Elmwood Park 4 skipped by Jan Shirley by 10-4. So the permutations continue, Alex.
They do. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. We'll come back to you with a bit more information as we get closer, but certainly, yeah, interesting times. We're going to get the abacus out and figure out who's done what. As we see back here, Manurewa now taking David Clark, a 14-10 lead in the singles.
Now, I apologise. I had thought the Orange Bowls that were around the jack were Gary Lawson's. In fact, they were Steve Bicknell's. So it actually was 3 to Manurewa, and they're in the pairs, and so they've got back to 9-4. Playing the 10th of 18 ends, so definitely not out of that game yet. So my apologies to the Manurewa fans for alarming them. But in the meantime, David Clark has just got a nice handy lead here. Of course, 14-10 doesn't mean much because we're playing at 21 shots, and we know these games can change very quickly. But one just gets the sense David's just going a little bit more steadily than Kelvin at the moment. Kelvin's struggling with his line on that on his forehand side, and I wonder how long he'll continue to persist with that hand.
Yeah, these players at this level are pretty quick to identify when they're struggling and how and why, and quick to change.
So moving over to the backhand,
it's a poor bowl from Kelvin.
Yep, he'll be disappointed with that. He's really struggling for line coming in this direction, and that's giving David a bit of a free hit.
David now having a look. See, he'll be tempted. He's looking at it because if he was to play his forehand and tuck the jack around the corner, it's a beautiful 3. But he's also thinking, I've just played the backhand well, which is why he's going to play it again. See if he can make it two good points there. Leading by 4 on the scorecard, 14-10. And this is a nice track here from David Clark if he has the right weight.
He's not going to quite reach it. But we can... but he's actually finished probably in Kelvin Scott's eye a little bit there on that backhand side. So...
Yes.
Kelvin just checking with the marker. He's 1 down.
Yeah, and it'll be a gentle... Oh, he's looking like his backhand. I was going to suggest he may be tempted to play his forehand but take a nice wide arc. He's in a situation where jack movement isn't ideal. And on the backhand, looking to make a correction. It's the same thing. You're threading a needle here, really, but he just needs to back it to turn. A sign of frustration there from Kelvin Scott.
Yeah, and that's an unusual thing with Kelvin. He's normally pretty composed, but there's a lot at stake in this game. You know, there's this opportunity to win a national interclub title is not taken lightly. It's counts towards a silver star.
It does.
In Bowls New Zealand. So for non-national national championship events, for the nationals itself count towards a gold star, and national interclub, national intercentre, and the champion of champions count towards a silver star, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I was always intrigued because I think they invented it for Percy Jones, maybe. Can't remember. They invented a medallion in the 50s or 60s for 5 national titles, and then that became a gold star. And I think it was when Bowls New Zealand there was a 100th year celebration, and the silver star was created for events that are not Open National Championships.
I think that's exactly right. Alex, as usual, you're spot on with your bowls history.
Just say it with confidence.
And yes, and I think so. I think Percy Jones was the first player to get the official gold star. Then, of course, I went back in the record books and realised that there was a few. Yeah, Mort Squire, Maxwell Walker, I think Bill Carswell were all players that had in the men's who had won 5 titles, and there's been a number since to have done that. Of course, the player to have won the most national titles is Siswin Stanley, the great Hawke's Bay skip who played out of the Manurewa club, which is now Bowls Napier, who I think amassed about 18 titles. The women didn't, before amalgamation, the women didn't have as many events as the men, but yeah, certainly her record is pretty hard to imagine that anyone's going to get close to that.
Only 17.
17.
Just 17 national titles.
So David Clark again with a good start here. Better second bowl from Kelvin Scott. He now trails 15-10, and while it is the first of 21, you won't want to give David Clark too much encouragement here. He's a wily campaigner, so just playing down on this forehand side now, and he's just falling a bit short.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest gap that Kelvin would be. Well, comfortable is the wrong word, but happy enough in a game of singles. It's not too bad if you're trailing by 5 at this stage when there's a 15 and a 10, but certainly as the score reeks closer to 21, you want to be within that striking distance.
In the pairs, it's scoring in for Elmwood Park, and so they've gone out to an 11-4 advantage now after 10 of the 18 ends. Kelvin Scott didn't look very happy with that.
No.
But he just got that late turn just as they come off that line. So
it's interesting. It's probably, although it's a good bowl, it's actually probably not a good indication for Kelvin, because if he thought he'd missed it, that tells you it's hard to read what the rink is doing, and that it's never amazing for your confidence if you're not sure where your bowl's going to end up.
Kelvin's a fibrous plasterer. He's played all of his bowls out of the Canterbury Centre right throughout his career, and amassed a lot of titles in that time. So he should be pretty good at spotting the measuring. David Clark there on the forehand and looking to play it with a bit of reaching weight, looking to see if he can turn that blue bowl of his, and he's close. He's very close here.
Oh,
well,
that was a well-played bowl.
And unfortunately, he's probably left Kelvin with 2. I'm thinking that maybe David Clark thought he was 2 down anyway to have played that sort of weight, though he is an attacking player. But yeah, just unfortunately, just really got half of that bowl, and instead of getting it cleanly onto the jacket, deflected sideways. So that's left, we think, Kelvin Scott holding 2 shots, and now with the last bonus bowl, what can he do with that? Again, he's on the backhand side,
looking to make it count. We spoke about him not wanting that gap to be any more than 5 points, and it's not going to be. That line, do you think we'll see a dramatic change in length or a change in length here from Kelvin Scott, Brett?
I think he'll be definitely looking to change things up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Kelvin go long. He's such a good weight player. 2 there gets him to 15-12 or 12-15, and he needs to start exerting a bit of pressure on David Clark, not relying on bowls 3 and 4.
Yeah,
So
good call.
So Matt's gone back. So that suggests to me that Kelvin's going to look for a little bit of length here to try and just see if he can get himself back into a bit of rhythm with those first 2 bowls and just change it up a little bit in terms of David Clark.
It's always easy. It's sort of easier to make sure that at least the jack is going to go. You're going to play to a jack that you've dictated when you go long. Some people change it, and I've done it before, when you change it to go short, so you pull the mat right up. But that's technically a much harder jack to throw if you pull the mat up and you're trying to throw it to the 2 metre than having the mat at the 2 metre and throwing the jack to the 2 metre, because you can miss and you're still dictating the terms. They don't need to know that you've missed.
That's right. Kelvin, pretty good opener here. That's probably the closest bowl we've seen from him in the last couple of ends.
Yeah.
Certainly coming in this direction. And at 15-12, David Clark won't be unhappy with his position, but he'll know that you just can't afford any lapse in concentration at this level. He's decided to play the forehand as well, having played the backhand the last time we came this way, and that's a pretty good opener from him.
Yeah, lovely bowl. You go.
Probably the shot, I think, Alex.
I enjoy the way both of these players approach the singles game, Brett. It's they're dynamic games to watch and well thought through shot selections.
Yeah, they both play, I guess a very sort of composed sort of game. Probably seen more frustration from Kelvin in this game than I've seen probably, for a couple of years. But he knows the stakes are high. There's a lot riding on it. In the pairs game, we just saw Shane Drabble driving, but not able to kill that end. And if my eyes have served me correct, I think that's another 2 or 3 to Elmwood Park. Let's just see how good I am on which orange bowls are which. And if that's the case, that's starting to look like a pretty handy lead for Gary Lawson and Stephen Ditford.
It therefore comes down to the fours and the singles in this match to decide the winner for our 2022 National Interclub Sevens.
Sue Ross sort of says it's too close to call, and Sue's one of New Zealand's top umpires, so if she can't separate them, I think that's a fairly good indication it is close. Yes, 3 to Elmwood Park there, so they're now out to 14-4. Please, my eyes didn't deceive me. And they're now playing the 12th of 18 ends. So for the Shane Drabble pair, they really need to score on this end to give themselves a chance of staying in it.
And Kelvin will be displeased with that bowl.
Yep.
It's interesting. Some intriguing, uncharacteristically loose bowls here in this game.
David Clark just waiting for Steve Bicknell, his Manurewa teammate, to play his bowl on the other rope. And what can David do with his third bowl here?
Oh, it looks like it's going for a walk.
Do we get any late finish on that hand? We've seen the odd bowl kind of take off, but in that case, he didn't really have the weight to give it a chance to turn.
Not on that occasion. And Kelvin's had a look at the head, so he'll know if he's one up or one down.
And when the Maniatoto surface is playing at this sort of pace, if you haven't got the weight to get to that turn, given it has a much more of a hockey stick style turn, it's not unusual for bowls to finish out wide and just a little short because they just haven't been able to get to that turning point.
It's been interesting. Demise is a big word, but it's been interesting over the last few years. We've seen, I suppose, less starweed greens around, Brett. Even when I first moved to Auckland 6 or 7 years ago, there seemed to be starweed greens sort of everywhere, and they seem to be out of favour at the moment.
Yeah, I think that they just tend to be so slippery. I think the word is to play on when it's fast. Obviously, starweed grows very easily in the Auckland sort of environment, but yeah, definitely Maniatoto seems to be the preferred surface now. And you can see that both players are just struggling at this length. The combination of the breeze and maybe just the green, you know, holding a bit of moisture, but that's certainly not a great reflection of, you know, we wouldn't normally see that many loose bowls.
Absolutely.
From the two of them.
Yeah.
David Clark's decided, let's just measure and see who's got what. Looks like it's 1 to Kelvin Scott. So Kelvin will be pleased that, you know, he didn't get one bowl past the jack on that end, but he'll be pleased he's managed to escape with a single.
Yeah, it's almost like you found a way to score, and you just go, cool.
Yeah.
I'll take my point and move on.
And you know how often you see that in the game. You know, we're so used to the sort of precision bowls, but sometimes it's how you play those not so good ends that can be really important. So 15-13 now to David Clark from Manurewa Cosmopolitan. So Manurewa leading in the singles, trailing in the pairs, and as soon as we can, we'll get an update score for you from the fours game, just to see how that game is going between Lance Pascoe and Bryn Morgan.
Absolutely, it was close before. We saw Manurewa leading by a couple of points, and they score 9-4 after 9 to Manurewa in that game. So 6 ends to go, and they have a 5-point lead.
David Clark walked off as soon as he let the one go. He obviously realised that he'd left something behind. So he'll shake that off, and I'm sure be closer with his next. Kelvin persisting on the backhand side. He drew a couple of good shots coming this way last time. And again, he's just looking to see if he can get that late finish, and back it comes now.
So here's a question, Brett. If you're the pairs team, you're 14-4 down and it continues, I suppose you have to play it out because it could go for second. It'd be tempting, all I was thinking is it would be tempting if you're the Manurewa team to go, look, we're going to go and stand by the fours and make some noise for them if we don't think we can win our pairs game. But I suppose they will have to play it out, won't they, because it's a round robin situation.
They will, and they are only next door to the fours, so they've got a chance
to make
to
noise
noise there and concentrate on that. And that is generally a regular feature of these games. They've been pretty quiet. In this game, I haven't heard Gary Lawson. He's normally pretty vocal on the green, so he's obviously, you know, really concentrating on his game. So looks like 1 to David Clark. Nice correction from him, and that's prompted Kelvin Scott to change his hand, and he just looks like a little pacey to me. Obviously felt that his short bowl on the right hand side was in the way.
Yeah,
so
I suppose at least if he misses on the forehand, he can lift his own bowl in for shot, whereas if he missed on the back end, that wouldn't happen, as we see bowl going at some speed on the pairs.
Yep, that's Shane Drabble, otherwise known as the Master Blaster. Another intergenerational player. His father Barry Drabble, a stalwart of the Manurewa club, and a great one of New Zealand's better fours skips over a long period of time in tournaments. I don't think Barry won a national, but he certainly won a Taranaki fours and was it was a very good driver. And Shane, his son, has followed in those footsteps. So Kelvin Scott again on the forehand. He's looking to see if he can get a connection on his bowl or underneath
to hold.
No, he's not happy. Not happy.
And David now will need to find a way in for 2. If he's got third shot, he may even look across the head on the back end, rest out that white bowl that sits at I don't know, about 10 o'clock on your screen.
I think he'll draw. I think his bowls take a slightly tighter line than Kelvin, so I think he'll be confident he can sort of get reasonably close here. And here it comes now.
Great stuff here.
He's played a cracker here. That's a great bowl.
Beautiful
really
bowl.
Good bowl under pressure. We talk about the importance of the bonus bowl. You saw an evidence there by David Clark. That's 2. And David Clark's the first player to get into the checkout zone, as we call it, which is once you get to 17. And, well, I'm saying that, now they're going to measure, so the commentators curse.
Maybe.
Maybe. But let's say he'll be hoping to get to the checkout zone. He's got 2 shots there. And so that means David gets to 17 and the race to 21, and now knows that if he plays a really good end, it could be all over.
Absolutely, and you spoke earlier about singles being really important in the context of these matches, and David will be thinking, I want to get this done as quickly as I possibly can, which is a challenge because he's playing Kelvin Scott, who's pretty good at bowls, but if he can get done as quickly as he can, the pressure sort of, it switches on, doesn't it? It begins to build.
It sure does. Whoever wins those singles games always has such a psychological bearing on the other games. It can be a point of encouragement for the Manurewa Fours team. They can see their peers, colleagues now trailing 14-4. So there's a chance for them to just to get a little bit of encouragement from that result.
And Kelvin displeased with that. Certainly.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he's persisting with that hand, because you can see he's struggling with line, but equally he has tried some bowls down this backhand side and probably not had the result there as well. So he'll just be trying to reset himself and say, like, come on, I just need to probably concentrate on weight at this stage, because neither hand's turning a lot. So at the moment it's definitely 1 to David Clark, possibly 2, but they're a long way away, and they'll certainly expect to see some bowls inside there. Kelvin coming down on a tighter line here, and I think this will be pretty close.
That's a better effort. Good correction from Kelvin Scott. Yep, sitting with 1.
And it's almost a bit counterintuitive on the Maniatoto to play that narrow line, because typically the Maniatoto surface, you do get that big late hockey stick curve. But there's another kill as the jet comes flying across our rink. So Shane Dravel again, the Stephen Ditford really leading very well for the Elmwood Park team, and so Shane's bringing out the big cannon to try and keep his team in it.
Fair enough. They're 10 points down with 5 or 6 to go, so they needed to score probably 6 of the next 10 ends, 7 of the next 10 ends. So if it's not looking good, you may as well just have a hoof at it.
Now, Kelvin Scott got wrecked on his short bowl with his 3rd bowl, but I think he may have be close to having 2 here. Turn that up. So this is a pretty important bowl for David Clark. He won't want, having just got to 17, to give a soft end to Kelvin, and he's pretty close here.
Very close here is David Clark, down to his weight now.
Oh, that's a superb bowl. That's a superb bowl.
It's done everything it can to finish as far away as possible, considering how well it was played. And Sue being asked who's holding what. It was certainly a great bowl under pressure. Snook to the jack, set against the bias.
Well, that's interesting.
He's 2 down there, Brett.
And just that small feather of the jack might have just moved the jack slightly closer to Kelvin Scott's short bowl there. So yeah, David Clark will be disappointed with that. And Kelvin, can he get the bonus this time?
Now this really hurts when people do this to you. This is the sign of a man who's won the national singles twice, taking an opportunity to rub some salt into the wound, and that he has done, scoring a 3. 16-17.
Well,
great end for Kelvin Scott out of nowhere, really.
Absolutely. Just a couple of looser bowls from David Clark there. You know, Kelvin Scott draws a good shot, bumps his own bowl up, and then obviously played a great bonus bowl there. So nothing in this, and again the glances will be going around the, from the pairs and fours players from Manurewa and from Elmwood Park around that.
Probably, I suppose, from the Elmwood Park perspective, the fours will probably be willing Kelvin on. You're sitting pretty comfy in the pairs. It would be surprising if Elmwood Park would lose the pairs game, although it isn't impossible. But we can essentially write that one down as it's certainly the game with the biggest gap out of the three going on. So if you're at Elmwood Park, you're thinking, come on, Kelvin, get over the line, then we don't have to worry about our fours game.
So we just briefly saw the score flash up 9-4 to Manurewa in the fours. And the 9-4 to Manurewa, 14-4 to Elmwood Park. That's the Gary Lawson Stephen Ditford pair that you can see in the inset above, and in this game 17-16 to Manurewa, but it's tight. So you'd have to say, looking at the scores as they stand at the moment, the winner of this game is going to determine the winner of the National Interclub.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't have it any other way, Brett. I think it's great stuff. Incredible, actually, how many times that happens as we're looking out the very important women's results here, Queenstown and Naenae.
Yes, Lisa White holding a comfortable 15-9 lead over Christine Buchanan. Wendy Mackey now leading 11-10 in the pairs, and the fours, Lillian Renata versus Jane Anderson, locked together at 8-all. So Naenae really throwing out the challenge. They're in third place, and really at the moment they've got the edge over the first place Queenstown team, but there's still a fair way to go in all of those games before we see a result.
Great bowl, and here's another important one, Brett. The singles has been completed, so Takapuna's got one.
Yep, so Selena Goddard completes an unbeaten weekend, I think, of singles for Selena, beating Mandy Boyd 21-9. 11-10 to Bev Morrell over Robin Walker in the pairs, and 11-6 to Lisa Dixon over Jan Shirley in the fours. So right now, Takapuna looking on track to beat Elmwood Park, and then it'll come down to, can Naenae beat Queenstown, and how many games does each team win in that process?
That's a very good question, because Takapuna they've won 9 games so far. Naenae have won 8.5 games, and Queenstown have won 9 games. So if Naenae defeat Queenstown and lose a game, and Takapuna keep the same results here and defeat Elmwood Park 2-1, I'm pretty sure they would win the National Interclub by half a game.
Well,
if Naenae get 3-0, then Takapuna needs to match that, because they would lose by half.
As a Takapuna member, and actually,
I don't want to stress you out, Brett.
And as the convener of our selectors, I have and having my wife skipping our peers team, I obviously have a strong interest in that. But I'm trying to keep my heart rate at a reasonable level, because we know anything can happen at this stage of a tournament. And so we'll just focus here on the singles game with Kelvin Scott and David Clark. Kelvin unfortunately just promoted one of David's bowls with his last bowl. So at this stage it looks like 2 to David Clark. So he's leading 17-16. 2 here would be pretty
helpful,
handy.
wouldn't it? Yeah.
And Kelvin's got that choice of, he may want to attack, but he'll also be mindful that David's got another bowl to come.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't want to get rid of his closest bowl and potentially risk the chance of giving David Clark a free hit for 4. So here we go.
On the forehand side, backhand side.
Yes, he's a tricky one to judge.
Now,
It
what he
looks,
doesn't want to do is for it to let go too early. Oh, that's gone.
well,
Is there a 4 to win?
there's a shot for 4. 4, absolutely there's a shot there to be played. And David Clark's looking at it right now. He's asking Sue Rossiter just to confirm how many he's got.
His heart will be going a million miles an hour here, David Clark, as he makes a decision. You can probably draw for 3, and if you slightly overplay it, that white bowl, the one on the tee is, what, 3rd shot? But the one at 9 o'clock doesn't beat the other 3 blues, so he's just drawing to that white, isn't he, really?
One would think so. I mean, you know, 2's still pretty good fishing in a tight game. But let's see, David's he's pretty enterprising. Yeah, he's definitely playing with weight.
On his forehand.
On his forehand, looking to come down and sit that bowl, and he's close.
He's close here.
He's very close here.
For the win. 4 for the win, David Clark, if he holds.
Oh, he goes through the hole.
That was so close.
You do not believe it. Yeah, he's got his hands up. Kelvin Scott, I think, is just in a state of relief. So it's definitely 1 to David Clark. They're going to measure for the 2nd.
That was unbelievable. Imagine if you told David he had to pick the gap clean to win the game.
And to be honest, that bowl almost took off just in the last metre. It looked like it had, for all money, it had good line. Just some further results. Darren Gooden has completed a win in the singles for Paratutu over Alexandra. In the pairs, it's one-way traffic. Hamish Carpe and Daryl Reid can't lose that game against Trevor Drake and Lindsay Thomas. But all square in the 4s between Martin Geary from Alexandra and Adam Collins from Paratutu. So,
and that sort of ensures their 3rd place. It means that if Elmwood Park were to lose, they probably leapfrog into 2nd, I think, Brett.
So Paratutu, a proud tradition as one of the top clubs in New Zealand, and again evidencing that today with their performance. We see in the pairs Stephen Ditford playing with the white bowls, draw a shot there for Gary Lawson, and David Clark opens up this end with a fairly handy starter. 19-16 now to David. Is that score up to date, Alex?
19-16.
Yep.
That does sound right.
Okay, so and Kelvin, yeah, not happy. Reasonable weight, but just too wide on that hand.
I think David will sniff an opportunity here to try and close this game out. He's been around a long time. As Kelvin's very slightly not consistent with his 4 bowls. Kelvin's usually 4 bowls in the same place. He's been reaching with his sort of first 2 and playing good 3rd and 4ths in the last little bit.
And that's not where, David Clark puts his hands on his knees, and that's definitely not where he wanted to be. Just way too tentative. With that breeze coming right to left across the screen, you've really got to punch him up into the breeze.
Indicative, of a challenging rank. It's a nice enough rank because we've seen some good bowls on it.
Completely.
Certainly, if you just have a little lapse in concentration, I think it's probably a rank better described as easy to miss on.
Absolutely, much better bowl from Kelvin Scott. Playing that tighter line on that hand, and he'll be pleased with that. What's David Clark got in his weaponry this time? Imagine he'll be reaching up to that bowl. He's got a 2nd and he's got a catcher, and sure enough, David's just coming down with a little bit of weight here, just looking to see if he can sit the bowl or trail the jack. Very good weight, in fact, just slides by, but gets himself a good close 2nd, and he'll be pleased with that. Right, Kelvin Scott now. He trails 16-19. Is this a chance for him to pick up a 3 here and get himself back into the game?
Well, there's enough room.
Yep, he's on a good line again down that side. Very close here. Very close, Kelvin Scott. He won't want to move the jack.
Oh.
Well, he does, but he goes with it. And so certainly wasn't part of the plan.
No, it's a well-played bowl, and you can see there if the jack hadn't been moved, it would have been a really good second shot.
It is only 1 to Kelvin Scott, and now what does David Clark
I
do?
think it's
Because
2.
oh,
Pointed one down and said it was 2.
Yeah, one in the measure. Yeah, they have
I think David Clark will have a look at this because this is a pretty critical stage of the game.
Yeah, I like this call here from David. Just to come actually have a look yourself.
Definitely 2. If it's, yeah. Oh, look, the other way, it's quite definitely.
It's
one,
now
but I look
David's.
at it.
Yeah, David's prerogative to decide what he wants to do. It'll be interesting. It looks instinctively like there's a nice little forehand shot on for him. But
I agree. I think knowing the way David likes to play, he tends to run, like that little forehand runner, and I think he'd be looking to come down and get a contact on one of those bowls.
And missed wide. It's still a good result there.
Jack would give him some opportunities, given that his bowls are slightly further back than Kelvin. So let's see what he's going to do here. Yes, definitely playing with weight, sort of searching down that channel.
Doesn't want it to drop too fast and get rid of his own bowl.
Well, it's
that's a calamity.
Definitely 2 now, and of course the other downside of that bowl is he's given Kelvin Scott a whole lot of room for to add another shot, and so
in hindsight he may rue the weight selection there. I think, Brett.
Yeah, he might have wanted to go a little bit quicker, perhaps. I don't know. Look, it's tricky in these conditions.
Oh, great shot, Gaza. Well played, champ.
Yeah, Stephen Ditford applauding his skip Gary Lawson, who's played a good bowl and punched a bowl through onto the jack.
Kelvin Scott with an opportunity to draw it all up. Then it would be a race to 2 points.
Well, good line. Has he got the weight?
No, he's looking down. He's doing the Joe Edwards, but
no.
Sort of when Joe Edwards looks down, it's usually a perfect bowl. I think when Kelvin looked down, it was because he felt like he'd missed it, and he had.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that for someone who prides himself on those sort of bonus bowls. But so that's a lead off for David Clark. But at 19-18, anyone's game here.
And really the difference between us watching, really the difference between waiting for a falls result or claiming a winner, isn't it? Because if Kelvin was to win this game, Elmwood Park has essentially won the men's Interclub. And if he doesn't, it all comes down, all the pressure dominoes onto that falls match that we can see to the far right of our screen.
Completely, yeah, nicely summarised, Alex. So Kelvin going out to sort of his favoured slightly longer length, definitely not full length, but he'll be looking to get a really good close first bowl here and put a bit of pressure on David Clark. So
again, I thought he was about to play his forehand for a second.
Yeah, it definitely has one of the squarest stances in bowls in New Zealand, and that's a pretty handy opener from Kelvin Scott.
Great shot.
Bowl kindly falls back towards the jack, so he'd be pleased with that, and that's a good opener for him.
Jamie Hill's another one whose foot positioning confuses me as a commentator, Brett, and he's not a bad bowler either.
No, that's right, and a lot of the players in the UK tend to in the Northern Hemisphere tend to stand a lot squarer on the mat. David Clark won't be happy with that. A lot of us, a lot of the I guess coaching theory in New Zealand has always been about having your feet pointing towards your green line, but certainly. And even Joe Edwards, as you mentioned, is fairly square on the mat compared to a lot of other players. But obviously, superb judge of line, and few can question her style with the amazing results.
Still one of the best bowlers in the world is Joe Edwards, just incredibly classy.
I watched her in the centre, and her composure under pressure was amazing. Now, here's David Clark. He's not going to let this...
On the probe. Little feather first. He didn't get it. Oh, goodness gracious.
He gets the gap.
I didn't think there was a gap there to get.
I agree. I think...
that's... wow.
Yes, you heard Marcus Sue Rossiter saying, I didn't think there was room, and I think we would concur with that comment. But now we're back into a bit of danger time here.
I feel like Dave's committed. I think he's committed to the shot selection. And so he's either going to, well, he could lose it on this end, to be fair, but
Yep.
that's the shot selection you've committed yourself to. And it's fair enough, he was millimetres away. It's going to be interesting last couple of bowls.
I think you draw here. I don't think you'll run. But I'm wrong. I'm entirely wrong. And he is on
Not
track
again,
to-
not again.
Oh my goodness me.
How's he found the same gap twice?
You won't believe it.
That's unbelievable. That's madness.
And having had his share of struggles over the last few ends, Kelvin Scott now has the opportunity
To sit.
to draw the shot here, to draw third shot, and to secure the National Interclub title for Elmwood Park.
This is staggering.
Obviously, we've still got a pairs game to be finished, but at 14-5, it's looking likely. So what does Kelvin Scott do with his last bowl? It's on a pretty good track. Is he going to get round the front bowl? Yes, I think he is.
Yeah, that's good stuff there.
He sits the bowl, and that's game over.
Well done. Oh, is there another one?
Oh, I'm
It's not
sorry.
game over.
It isn't
Oh, well,
game
it's
over.
been such an exciting time, Brett. Like with the bowls going through the gaps.
I apologise to the Manurewa team.
You've given them a
supporters.
couple of frights.
I thought David Clark had played his last bowl.
He's on his back end now.
So now what is he going to do?
This is
He's
just-
running again.
Oh, no. Now you can say your line, Brett.
Okay. Well, that's not how David Clark would have wanted to finish today. I mean, he's a consummate singles player, but it was a good time for Kelvin Scott to play his best end of probably the game in terms of consistency, and a lousy time for David to play those bowls. I thought he might have tried to draw, but as you said, Alex, he was pretty committed. So if we look at the replay, early in the game, some really tight stuff. David Clark drawing some great shots. As the game got on, the conditions got a little bit more difficult. And so we didn't see quite the same turn from the bowls. You can see early in the game the bowls were turning quite a bit. There's Kelvin Scott, with that characteristic last bowl.
David early
success.
in the game, nailing those shots, and when we do get up to that, and a good bowl there from Kelvin, when we get up to that last end on the replays, it's not like he was far away with his first couple of run shots there, Brett. The third one, it did miss by more than he would have liked, but the two that went through that bowl size gap, that was a pretty incredible gap to pick.
Unbelievable, really. To get so close twice, and to not even get a touch on the bowl,
Nothing,
which also would have helped him. And yet, I feel sorry for David. He'll be very disappointed. I know, he is the talisman of this Manurewa team. I believe he's been unbeaten throughout the weekend, so that's his first loss. Kelvin Scott lost yesterday.
Here we
to Tom
go.
Grantham, and
First gap, millimetres.
second gap,
millimetres, and then the third one not so good, but fair enough to be. That's pretty gutting way to lose a game, but I mean, congratulations to Kelvin Scott for sticking in there as well. It was a good game of singles to watch. I enjoyed it, and an incredible finish.
Well, it's a testament to why he's such a great champion, Alex, because as frustrated as he was, and you could see it on his face and in his body language, he plugged away. He went with a slightly longer length for a while there, but who would have thought? Who would have thought that that game could end in such dramatic fashion? Here in the pairs, we see Gary Lawson out to a pretty commanding lead. He won't be taking anything for granted, because while there's still a mathematical chance of winning, that Manurewa team, Shane Drabble and Steve Bicknell, they'll be
Certainly.
They'll be working hard at it. So Stephen Ditford, as I said, generally sort of regarded as a bit of a pairs leading specialist, certainly with a great record in that, and that's exactly why he's in hot demand, because he's as steady as a rock off the front.
Yeah, very good bowler. So we'll see. It's desperate straits really for the Manurewa team at the moment. We'll see, I suppose, an aggressive game until they either win it or they don't in this pairs. And we will stay broadcasting until we know the winner of both of these events. And we've got people finding out results for us for the women's competition as well, which is also going on, and is a 3-horse race at the moment. So we'll stay broadcasting, so stick with us and we'll let you know who's won what. And the fours now 10-9 after 12 to Elmwood Park in this match between Elmwood Park and Manurewa.
So you can see that experience, you know, New Zealand representatives, Lance Pascoe and Gary Lawson, New Zealand title holder Kelvin Scott, maybe just in the, you know, getting down to the crunch, just seeing a little bit of that experience.
Yeah, and you would think that the Manurewa team will be stronger for this experience they've had. It's a pretty fair effort from a team that first came to national prominence recently in the last 5 or 6 years.
Absolutely, I think it's a magnificent effort. If you know, on paper they're not as strong as some of the other combinations, but they have a great team spirit. I mean, I guess a little bit like the Black Ferns, they really work well as a unit, and that's got them to this point where, you know, they've been all so close to securing this national interclub title, having won the Bowls 3-5 title a couple of years ago in fact, I think they were runner-up. Actually, just remember, I think they were runner-up to Elmwood Park in that as well, weren't they?
They were, yes, and because Elmwood Park was a televised team, they got.
They'd already got through. I'd forgotten that. So this matchup, this rivalry is not unusual. So Stephen Ditford on the left, Stephen Bicknell on the right, and it'll be
women's results, Brett.
Okay, so it's getting tighter. So Christine Buchanan's clawed away back to trail 13-15 against Lisa White in the singles. It's Wendy Mackey, Prince Edward's friend, who leads 15-14 in the game against Margaret O'Connor, and it's 12-9 in the fours. The Lillian Renata team leading Jane Anderson. So nothing in that, and yeah, let's see what.
Here we go, Takapuna and Elmwood Park, singles completed, 21-9.
So Selena's done the job, 21-9 over Mandy Boyd, 12 all in the pairs. That's Robin Walker playing Bev Morrell, and 13-7 now to Lisa Dixon after 10 ends. So I'm not going to jinx it. Can Takapuna win all 3 games?
That is, they could, and that would be very helpful to their cause, Brett. We're going to see. Well, it all depends really, because of Queens. It all depends.
So let's not jinx it either way, because
we'll leave it for a second. But we could come to a count back where a team wins by half a game.
So let's see how that all unfolds. But yes, some great bowls to be played in those games. They're unfortunately playing on the back green at Brown Space, so we won't be able to bring you images, but we'll certainly keep you up to date with the scores there. I think we went through those results earlier. Paratutu winning 2 of their 3 games already against Alexandra, and that secures...
Yeah, they'll finish in third place for this event.
For them. And here we have Gary Lawson playing his latest bowl, not getting into the head there.
So, what's the situation? There's so many very similarly coloured bowls here. Are they 6 orange bowls from Manurewa?
I think Manurewa have a couple of shots here, but now I will 2 down. Yep. So yes, 2 down. So 2 to Manurewa. So that gets them back to 16-7. It's a long way back, but you're never out of it.
Yeah, sort of. They'll be trying to get in 3s, and with a bit of luck, we may be able to get a camera out the back, Brett. But stay tuned on that one. I don't want to make any promises I can't keep.
All right. Well, let's see what Colin and Tamara, our brilliant technical team, can manage to do. In the meantime, it's Steve Bicknell with his first bowl, trailing now 16-7. They've played 14 of the 18 ends, so there's 4 ends to go, so a maximum 24 shots up for grabs. So certainly enough shots on offer to turn this around, but that's up against 2 pretty wily campaigners in Stephen Ditford and multiple national champion Gary Lawson.
Absolutely. We see Ditford on the backhand side.
And it's a pretty handy first bowl.
And I must apologise. I did overpromise. It's not out the back. They're going to try and get a camera onto the Naenae Queenstown match, Brett.
Thank you.
So we can do a radio commentary of the Takapuna out the back, but we might be able to watch the some of the Naenae versus Queenstown one, and we will stay broadcasting until we know the winner of both of these events.
Yeah, grandstand finish again here at Browns Bay. I mean, we saw this a few weeks ago with the National Inter Centre. We see it again with the National Interclub, and just highlights just how even the competition has been over the weekend. Again, I heard Gary Lawson say handy bowl from Stephen Ditford. They'll be pretty expert at managing the scoreboard here and making sure that they're not dropping large numbers. Steve Bicknell looking on a pretty good line here. That's a very good bowl from the county's Monaco lead.
Yeah, it's better stuff from Steve. He'll be happier with that. Struggled with his weight earlier on in this game. Having good line all the time, but sometimes the weight a little bit over and under. And we see Ditford on the back end.
Again, on a pretty good line into this head here. He's played this bowl very well. Down on goes Gary Lawson to have a look and see how close he is, and that just falls out.
Oh, great try.
But definitely he's set that head up well. I would say that's 1-2 the Drabble-Bicknell combination, and it'll be Barry Drabble to play Shane Drabble, son of Barry, to play first on this 15th of the 18 ends.
Of course, one not enough in this situation.
Yep, he'll be looking to come down, looking for jack movement. Pretty attacking player, Shane. So I think he'll be looking to just draw down there, looking for jack movement, see if he can get some movement towards his bowl just behind. You can see that weight. What he was intending on doing, and he just slips past, but that gives him another catcher.
Yeah, good shot really, an opportunity. They've built a reasonable head to find a 3 here, which is what they need. And they trail by 6 with 2 ends to go, which is just about doable. See Gary Lawson on the forehand.
Yep, Gary will be looking to come past those bowls and look to try and get something behind, but on this occasion he's not successfully done that. He's been both short and narrow, and that's not definitely what he wanted. So Shane Drabble again on the backhand.
How's his weight?
Starting to come now. I'm not quite sure he's going to have the weight to get there. And yes,
they're so disappointing as a player because you've got good line, and then your bowl just stops. It's just like, if only it had just gone that little bit further.
Gary Lawson changing over to the backhand side, and he's obviously decided he's going to try and come down and see if he can sit that shot bowl of Counties, and he's close.
Not far away here. Lovely effort.
And the smart bit about that bowl was, if he didn't get the shot, he was going to finish past the jack and give himself a bit of a catcher, which he's done. So Shane Drabble still with an opportunity to move the jack, but he has to play it with a little bit more precision now.
Yeah.
To get that 3, but definitely still on there on the back end. If he can come down and just draw that jack around the corner. He's gone for a tighter line as he breaks towards the head. Can he get past his short bowl?
Clean
yes,
run.
Can, but on the wrong side of it. So
I think we'll just about call that this pair's game, Brett, to be fair. I think we're making it pretty mathematically challenging now.
Yeah, I think This is the 15th end, so they've got 3 to go after this.
So you could score 18 points if a miracle was to occur.
Yep, Gary Lawson again coming down, and again very close here. He's got the weight. He of course won't want to be playing too quick because he doesn't want to trail the jack himself. So I think that's 1 to Steve Bicknell, his bowl. So we're at 16-8. So 8-shot lead with 3 ends to go. So not impossible at all.
Just
So,
about 1, a 3, a 2, and a 2.
So a glimmer of hope yet for Manurewa, having seen their singles player David Clark lose narrowly to Kelvin Scott. Is there an upset turnaround here in the pairs, which gives their fours an encouragement to try and win their game?
Oh, and a short end here. A very short end here thrown by the Manurewa team. And a good line there.
I suspect Shane's such a good driver. I suspect that, you know, part of their strategy here will be, well, if we can't score early in the end, well, then we'll look to kill it, or so we can get a restart. Stephen Ditford, a very good short end player, and you can see that with this first bowl, just behind the jack, and a good opener from him. I definitely concur with you. It would be a major surprise to not see an experienced pair like Steve and Gary win this, but stranger things have happened in bowls. Stephen Ditford changing his hand here. He won't want to turn that bowl of Steve Bicknell's up, and at this stage they'll just be wanting to make sure they've got building a reasonably good head to reduce the chances of getting a shot.
And I think we also see pressure's an interesting beast, isn't it? And sometimes you can blink it over. If we think back to that singles game we watched between David Clark and Kelvin Scott, Dave played an okay first bowl, 2 really good second and third bowls that missed by millimetres, and then just almost rushed his last one.
Yep.
Anything can happen. You know, that pressure is a funny beast, and once points start being scored, sometimes even players who've been around the traps can fall victim to it.
Indeed. So Britton Morgan, the Manurewa skip on the other rink, looks to be playing with a bit of weight, and he's opposed by Lance Pascoe. Lance just about to get on the mat. If someone's elbow moves, we'll be able to see Lance play. That looks like Gary Lawson elbow. And so 3 good bowls from Stephen Ditford. Good, again, a really good foundation for Gary Lawson. And judging by the way Lance Pascoe played that bowl, I'm assuming that Elmwood are holding shot, because he was definitely just drawing to the head. So we'll get a score update for you as soon as we can on that fours game. If we can get...
I think it's 11-9 after 13 to Elmwood Park.
So Shane Drabble drawing here, try and keep them in the game. It's probably second shot. I think probably still 1 to Stephen Ditford. Here's Bryn Morgan again on the run, and not happy with that. Looked like he was wide. So we'll see what the number is there, and we'll keep you posted for the Elmwood Park and Manurewa fans. Okay, so in the pairs here, it looks like 1 to Elmwood Park. Shane Drabble plays his second bowl, and again on a pretty good line here. Breaks around that front bowl, and that's the shot. So great bowl, Shane Drabble, keeping your team in the game.
Cool. So on the women's side, I'll keep talking, Brett, and I'll go find it, and I'll tell you what's happening on the women's side.
Okay.
Hold your breath.
All right. Well, I'll concentrate on the men's and the club, and try and remain calm. So Gary Lawson having a bit of a look here. I think he won't want to give up anything here. So he's going to be coming down with weight, looking for that Shane Drabble bowl,
Fair
and
enough.
he's got it.
Great shot. So Naenae have defeated Queenstown 21-19 in the singles and 15-14 in the pairs, with the fours result to be decided.
Wow.
So we will have a situation where it's a count back on match points between, well, it'll be between Takapuna and Naenae, because in defeating Queenstown 2-1, Naenae goes ahead of Queenstown. So if we now have a look at how Takapuna is going.
Gary Lawson just played a great bowl there, so it looks like he's holding 3, and with this bowl, this will seal his game. So, so any mathematical chance Manurewa had of winning is probably gone. I think that's 4 to the Lawson-Ditford combination.
Yeah, and we can then therefore congratulate Elmwood Park on winning the 2022 National Men's Interclub Sevens title.
We can. Still mathematically a chance that Manurewa could score 2 sixes, but I think pretty unlikely at this level and against a Pierce combination as experienced Stephen Ditford and Gary Lawson. So yes, let's give a tentative congratulations to Elmwood Park on winning the National Men's Interclub, and then we'll focus some attention on the scores in the women's game as it gets right down to the wire.
Yeah. I believe we need Takapuna. Oh, Colin's changed his mind. We'll wait and see. Everyone stay calm while we just watch this. They're going to play this end out just because I think if Takapuna win 2 out of 3, they will win by half a game. Brett? I think that's the situation that we find ourselves in, and I don't have any further updates on how the Takapuna team is going.
Well, and if they don't,
because it hasn't been put into the spreadsheet.
And if they don't win 2 games, they won't win the game anyway.
That's
against
correct.
Elmwood Park.
Yeah.
So let's see how that plays out.
And we know that Selena's won her singles 21-9, so it's getting right to the nitty gritty, the pointy end here.
All right, so back to the pairs, and we've got Stephen Ditford, who's drawn a pretty good first opening bowl for the Elmwood Park pair. Steve Bicknell, good weight with his first bowl, but just slides across the front of the head. So 1 at the moment to Elmwood Park, remembering they are 12 shots in front. This is the second to last end, so really unless Manurewa can pull a real rabbit out of the hat. Here we are in the women's results, so couldn't be closer in the Takapuna pairs game. Robin Walker trailing Bev Morrell by 13-14, playing the last end. Do we end up with a draw there? And in the fours, Lisa Dixon and her team with their nose ahead of Jan Shirley in that game. So Takapuna looking like they're on track to win that game.
They are.
And if they win two games, maybe...
A very, very reasonable chance. We're just waiting for the fours result. They're playing their final end between Queenstown and Naenae. So when we know the result between the Queenstown and Naenae fours, that'll tell us how many games Takapuna would need to win, or whether they needed to win with 2 or 3 games against Elmwood Park to take this title. But looking like it's going to be a count-back finish regardless, and exciting times at Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Absolutely. So a lot of North Harbour supporters here hoping that Takapuna can get up. The Takapuna team known as the Blue Wave, and this Takapuna team were runner-up in the National Interclub last time it was played in Christchurch. That time they were beaten by Nelson, so they'll be hoping they can go one better this time, and we'll eagerly await those last 2 results of that game. Meanwhile, back at the pairs here, it's Stephen Ditford holding a couple of shots for Elmwood Park. Be interesting to see whether Shane Drabble opts to try and kill this end to keep them in it. Gary Lawson just playing down and looking to get a bowl on the other side of the head. What's Shane Drabble going to be doing? No, he looks like he's going to try and draw, so maybe there's an acceptance that this game is beyond reach now.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And Shane's been around a long time, he's a pragmatist. But turns one of Steve Bicknell's bowls a bit closer, so that's probably 3rd shot, but still 2 at the stage to 2 at the stage 2 Elmwood Park, and Gary Lawson swaps over and plays the other hand, and looks like he's played a pretty good bowl here. Comes down and he just misses the jack, but adds another bowl onto the head there. So 2 at the stage to Elmwood Park. As I say, I think this game is all over, bar the shouting. Shane Drabble looking to try and get the shot. Again, he's just slightly missed his line, and you can see that Maniatoto hockey stick whip
Absolutely.
at the end, coming into a part of the green which looks pretty dry, or drier than some other parts. And so here's Gary Lawson now, just moves the jack across to his own bowl. So that's probably 4 shots now to, and now we may see Shane Drabble driving.
May as well.
No, he's decided to play a runner, not a full-blown drive. He's missed, and we can confirm that Elmwood Park, Kelvin Scott, Gary Lawson, Stephen Ditford, Lance Pascoe, and with Lance in the fours are Nathan Glasson, Liam Ethorn and Ricky Cook. They are your National Interclub champions for the 2022 season. They have won this National Interclub event. In second place, the very gallant Manurewa team of David Clark, Shane Drabble, Steve Bicknell, Bryn Morgan, Logan Clark, Rio Bond and David Parker. But in the crunch game, it was perhaps the experience of the Elmwood Park.
I think just rolling over the top in that last half of that round we saw.
Who have got up to win this, and that's a mighty achievement. You know, you have to win your centre, then in this format your regional event, and then to get through to this national final. So great effort by the Elmwood Park 7.
As we see the last end of the women's fours between Naenae and Queenstown. I'm not sure who's on the left and who's on the right, but this will inform whether Takapuna needs to win 2 or 3. 14-13 to Queenstown is the score in this game.
Well, it looks like it's 14-all now in the pairs game, Takapuna Elmwood Park.
Yes, going into the last end.
Well,
it's all happening. So
no, that's the completed score.
14-all. Okay.
So
what's that mean?
Come on, Alex. We're relying on your maths here. So Robin Walker gets a single on the last end. Very proud of her in doing that. So
that's put them on 10.5 game points.
So that's a 14-all, and that should get Takapuna over the line in that match on differential.
Yes.
Based on the singles performance of Selena Goddard. So that's a draw for Takapuna in the pairs, and holding a 15-7 advantage in the fours.
So it's looking, interesting. We'll wait until this game is completed, and then I should have some information for you, Brett. But exciting times, and I can see your heart rate going up.
Yes, my heart rate and my voice. It's so the Naenae team willing on their bowl. There's a shake of hands there. So
someone tell us what happened.
Anne Gatley, the 903 there.
Right. Oh, we can see Colin trying to tell us something.
A bit of a hug for the Queenstown girls. So I'm suggesting they might have won, but no, there's pats on either side. So let's see what unfolds here. So we know for certain that Selena. So going into this final round, Queenstown were in first place.
Mm-hmm.
Takapuna were in second place, and Naenae were in third. So we can see that Takapuna have won their singles and pairs and look like on differential they'll win that match.
Yeah.
The big question will be, can they win the fours game and secure the 2.5 match points?
And I think a draw on the fours would now be okay. I think a draw would be enough for them to roll over the top.
We believe Naenae's won the singles and the pairs.
And unsure on the fours. I'm just waiting on that result to go into the
Just
spreadsheet.
waiting for that that fours result. So at this stage, it's down to the wire.
And still 3 ends to go in that fours.
But that draw for Takapuna may end up being pretty critical.
Yeah, so Queenstown won the fours there, so it means that Naenae's finished the Interclub, on 10.5 game points, and then some points for and against, but 8 match points, 10.5 game points, and Takapuna will already be
on
10.5 game points with that draw and the win in the singles.
And Queenstown have finished on 10 game points.
Yes.
And 8. So if Takapuna win or draw the fours, then the National Interclub title.
Yeah, we'll go with them. Otherwise, it will come to a count back on points for and against. And Naenae have a net total of shots of 56 at the moment. And Takapuna, with the Selena Goddard game put in, so it'll be the same, actually have a net total of shots of 82. Does it go back on the total of shots, Kyle?
Okay, well,
no, maybe not.
Let's see.
We'll just wait and see. I don't want to call anything too early.
No, it's down to the wire. It's definitely down to the wire with that. Obviously, that was a pretty important result, that fours game between Naenae and Queenstown, just giving Takapuna that extra buffer in terms of not absolutely having to win this last game, but they'll be definitely trying. I will get on my device and see if I can summon up one of my Takapuna spies, namely Selena Goddard, and see if I can get a readout from Selena.
Good call.
Around how they're going in that fours game. It's just over the back green, so I'm sure we'll have some people out there relaying scores to us. So excitement plus at this National Interclub event. Remembering that the men's event has been taken out by the Elmwood Park Club. The Elmwood Park in both the men's and the women's competition, but and they are obviously in the middle of their game against Takapuna here. So now 15-8 after 12 ends to Takapuna in the fours. So that's 3 ends to go there.
Yeah,
so,
and I believe it will come down to that fours match, and Colin's attempting to work some sort of magic and see if we can get a camera out in that direction.
Fantastic. So so we've got Elmwood Park winning the men's event. The Elmwood Park team of Calvin Scott, Gary Lawson, Stephen Ditford, Lance Pascoe, Nathan Glasson, Liam Ethorn and Ricky Cook, managed by Paul McKennell, and they have won that event over Manurewa Cosmopolitan, the team of David Clark, Shane Drabble, Steve Bicknell, Bryn Morgan, Logan Clark, Rio Bond and David Parker, that team managed by Bill Jones. And we understand that in third place is Paratutu, their team of Darren Gooden, Hamish Karpe.
Oh, well done, Colin.
Daryl Reid. Outstanding.
That's fantastic.
So
15-8 after 12 is the story.
And we're looking at the back of Lisa Dixon, who was skip of the Takapuna team, current New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours title holder, and 3 of the members of that team. Lauren Mills, well, she's obviously got the shot because she's not playing her last bowl, and Lisa's highly experienced at this level. So in her team for Takapuna she's skipping. Lauren Mills is the third, and Anne Doreen is the lead. They were members of that New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours team, along with Robin Walker, who skipped the pairs in this event. And playing number 2 for Takapuna is Keiko Kurihara, former Japanese international player. Been at Takapuna for a couple of years, having moved over from Australia. Looks like it was a scoring end to Elmwood Park. So we'll have a look at that score in just a moment. And in the Elmwood Park team is a very experienced Jan Shirley. She has Fiona Frew as her third, Pam Fair is the second, and Tanya Woodham is the lead. And so it'll be Tanya Woodham to lead off on this end. I'm thinking this is probably the second last end, probably end 14, but we'll just get that score confirmed in just a second. And Anne Doreen is the lead for the Takapuna 4, and the Takapuna Interclub team is managed by Graham Doreen, who's also heavily involved in coaching many of these players. So here we have Anne Doreen down on her backhand, and that's a pretty good opening bowl from Takapuna lead.
Yeah, and I believe it is a pretty simple situation. If Takapuna draw the 4s, they win the National Interclub. If they win the 4s, they win the National Interclub. And if they don't do either of those things, it goes to Naenae.
Okay, well, it's good that that equation is fairly simple. We see Tanya Woodham's bowl just drifting underneath the head. This is the back green out at Browns Bay. You can see they're playing in a north-south orientation, so we've got that southwesterly breeze just coming from right to left, and a bit more pronounced here than it has been in the number 2 green that we've been watching. And Anne Doreen looks like she's played a pretty good second bowl again here.
Certainly a very experienced group. It's just sort of a little bit of picture.
So
it's a good radio commentary, but certainly it's great that it's come down to the last game. I think.
Yeah,
I think Brett, some excitement.
It's a great finish. It's been fantastic for the many spectators that have been here at the Browns Bay Club over the last few weeks. That isn't the game between Takapuna and Elmwood Park. That is the number 2 green, so they're playing out on our back green. Please just bear with us. You know.
There we go.
There we go. You can see the and that's Keiko Kurihara's bowl breaking into the head there, and looks like that's another shot to Takapuna. The 2 front players for Takapuna both playing with pink bowls.
It must be leading by at least 16. You've got a 16-9 lead there on the penultimate end for Takapuna, so they're defending a 7-point lead, so they can afford to drop 2 3s even.
Don't say that, Alex.
Sorry, Brett.
So one to Elmwood Park. Nice second bowl there from the number 2 Pam Fair, and now it'll be Keiko Kurihara again on the forehand side, looking to see if she can get a close bowl for that Takapuna team. Coming down on a pretty good line
on the forehand side,
breaking now, looking like she's going to be pretty close here. Gets a clap from her skip Lisa Dixon. Bowl just falls out, so it looks like it's 1 to Elmwood Park.
Lovely bowls. Jan.
Now the Fiona Frew, who is the number 3 for the Elmwood Park team, playing her first bowl on this penultimate end, and that one won't trouble the scorers. Lauren Mills is a 3 for the Takapuna team. Achieved a lot of success in the Northland Centre, and has been around top class bowls for some years. Was part of a very successful Riverhead Bowls 3-5 team in the inaugural season of Bowls 3-5, And
Great shot there from Lauren.
very close here with her first bowl. And her and Lisa Dixon have established quite a good combination as a skip 3.
And the good thing about that bowl is they're saying you need to put 4 bowls within this 2.5 foot space if you want to score. Well, however many bowls you want to score has to be within that sort of gap. So a good sort of a shot there to ensure that the number that Elmwood scores, if they do score, is going to be on the lower side.
Better bowl there from Fiona Frew, but she just slips past those bowls. So Lisa Dixon saying to Lauren Mills, stay on that forehand side and see if you can draw the shot. Any jack movement is to their advantage. They've got those 3 bowls immediately behind the jack. And so Lauren again out on the forehand side. Looks to be pretty well pointed.
Yeah, down to her weight now.
Is she going to reach? No, she's not. So that won't trouble the scorers. And it'll be down to the skips to see who can alter this end. Lisa Dixon.
See if the players notice the camera, if they're absolutely absorbed in the game.
A pretty cool customer.
I think Lauren's noticed.
There we go. Hopefully we'll...
almost everyone's noticed.
We had a clear view, and Doreen there. Now
that's the opposite of what we wanted you to do, girls.
Yes, please stand to one side if you can.
Send a pigeon, a carrier pigeon.
So here we go.
So we see Jan Shirley on the forehand.
Dropping short there. And Doreen obviously in a bit of a conference with her teammates. Right, now what can Lisa Dixon do? Hopefully something that will make them move.
Ideally.
All right.
We send our runners out there to move to get the camera in this direction, which was quite...
Her first bowl is on its way, and they're down on their haunches looking at this bowl as it breaks towards the head. It breaks. Does it get in there for shot? No, it's just a little heavy and it's come past. So still 1 to Elmwood Park at this stage on the second last end. What can Jan Shirley do with her last bowl?
On her forehand side, she needs to make it more than 1 from her perspective.
She's coming down with pretty good line. There's a clap coming from Fiona Frew, the third. Just pulls up a bit short. So out they go to have a bit of a look. Is it 1 or is it 2?
And Lisa.
Looking like 1 from here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Dixon trotting up to just have a bit of a look here. Pretty key stage of the game. Are only 1 down. She won't want to get a contact on that orange bowl.
Absolutely. And you think you're managing a 7-point lead. You know that it draws enough to win a national title for your team.
There's a shot on the backhand there, just coming down underneath that blue bowl. Or even looking for the bowl. I mean, well, she's got 3 seconds.
That would be the win.
Bowl.
That would be the win.
That would be the win. So maybe we're going to see Lisa is an attacking player. They've got, in fact, they've probably got at least 3 seconds, maybe 4 with the pink bowl to the right of the shot bowl.
Well,
They've got the back bowl.
I think for our sake, and keeping in mind, I don't think the cable's long enough to put the camera up the other end of the rink. I'd quite like to see Lisa play the shot and execute it, and then we can call the result of that as we see Lisa on the backhand.
Here we go. Right. What can the Takapuna skip do here? Very deliberate play, very experienced.
Well, she's not taking a tight line.
No.
On her backhand. It's coming back
breaking
though.
Now.
Down to her weight.
Breaking now. Breaking now. She gets the jack. It's back to her bowls. That's at least 1 to Takapuna, Lisa Dixon's first bowl. Out comes 1 shot.
Surely.
Right now. they're going to measure. So if the measure goes Takapuna's way, it's all over. If not, we've got another end to go. So it's Lisa Dixon's bowl that came through there.
Here we go. Oh, I'm not sure if it's in for second.
Well, it was pretty close. Great bowl from Lisa Dixon. Just played it with superb weight. No, we might get the umpire here yet. It's obviously pretty tight.
Absolutely. Well, good stuff, and certainly it's been a great event, and I'll just take this opportunity to thank everyone who's helped sort of make it happen. It takes a lot of people and volunteers to get national events up and running, and everyone from the Browns Bay Bowling Club to some of the Bowls New Zealand staff, to someone like you, Brett, who's come in and helped with the commentary. They all make it work. So just like to thank everyone for their assistance and getting this event up and running as well as it has.
Yeah, Peter Sheehan and that the president of the Browns Bay Bowling Club and his team have done a great job. It's a club that's got a long history of hosting national events. Recently hosted our National Intercentre. That was 1 to Takapuna there, so it's 17-9 playing the last end. You would think that Takapuna were in good stead to do that. I guess they can only draw the game now,
which is still a win. So you can call it as a.
So I think we can say Takapuna will be the national Interclub Women's Sevens winner.
Yes.
So I had to say that carefully. So that's a great achievement for Takapuna, for the Blue Wave. But just in closing, Brendan Kelly and the Greens team have done a magnificent job at Browns Bay. It has been pretty tricky weather, and so great to see the Greens prepared in such good order, and to everybody that's worked hard to make the coverage happen. Alex and I spend our time in the studio calling it, but it's Tamara and Colin and others who are out there making sure the cameras work, and it gets tricky in this wet weather, so thank you to them. So I guess in summary, Alex, it looks like we've got an Elmwood Park win in the National Men's Interclub and a Takapuna win in the National Women's Interclub.
Well said, Brett, and with that I will bid the viewers adieu and wish everyone a wonderful afternoon.